Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S. C. Ferguson. Section 76. Prosperity. Prosperity is the great test of human character. Many are not able to endure prosperity. It is like the light of the sun to a weak eye. Glorious indeed in itself, but not proportioned to such an instrument. Greatness stands upon a precipice, and if prosperity carries a man ever so little beyond his poise, it overbears and dashes him to pieces. Moderate prosperity is not only to be hopefully expected as the proper reward of life's exertion, but to bring the best human qualities to anything like perfection, to fill them with the sweet juices of courtesy and charity. Prosperity, or a moderate amount of it, is required, just as sunshine is needed for the ripening of peaches and apricots. But prosperity, if it be good for the encouragement of humanity, is full of danger as well. There is ever a certain languor attending the fullness. When the heart has no more to wish, it yawns over its possession, and the energy of the soul goes out like a flame that has no more to devour. A smooth sea never made skilful mariners, neither do uninterrupted prosperity and success qualify men for usefulness and happiness. The storms of adversity, like those of the ocean, rouse the faculties and excite the invention, prudence, and skill of the voyager. The martyrs of ancient times, embracing their minds to outward calamities, acquired a loftiness of purpose and a moral heroism worth a lifetime of softness and security. It seems as if man were like the earth. It can not bask forever in the sunshine. The snows of winter and its frosts must come and work in the ground, and mellow it to make it fruitful. A man upon whom continuous sunshine falls is like the earth in August. He becomes parched, hard, and close-grained. To some men the winter and spring come when they are young. Others are born in summer, and made fit to live only by a winter of sorrow coming to them when they are middle-aged or old. But come it must, and under its softening influence the mind is fitted for the routine of life, and then the warm, shining sun of prosperity spreads abroad in the heart its vivifying influence, and the best powers of man are developed. The way to prosperity is as plain as the way to market. It depends chiefly on two words, industry and frugality. That is, waste neither time nor money, but make the best use of both. Without industry and frugality nothing will do, and with them everything. There is no other way to arrive at a true prosperity. It is gained only by diligent application to the business of life. The men who may be said to be prosperous are seldom men who have been rocked in the cradle of indulgence or caressed in the lap of luxury, but they are men whom necessity has called from the shade of retirement to contend under the scorching rays of the sun with the stern realities of life, with all of its vicissitudes. Many make the mistake of supposing that prosperity and happiness are identical terms. The most prosperous are often the most miserable, while happiness may dwell with him whose every effort has failed, provided only that he hath done his best. There is, therefore, a true and a false prosperity, much resembling each other, but the similarity is in resemblance only, for they differ in constitution. The one is true and substantial, and is the result of a well-lived life. Its rewards are inward content and surroundings of comfort, the enjoyment of the real blessings of life, and the unfolding of all the better nature of man. Its imitation is the reward gained by unjust or dishonest means. It may have the lustre, but it lacketh the ring and weight of the true metal. It may have the outward adornment, but cannot bring its possessor the inward peace of him who hath the former. Instead of unfolding and expanding the heart of man, it hardens it and dries up the better nature. Engage in one kind of business only, and stick to it until you succeed, or until your experience shows that you should abandon it. A constant hammering will generally drive it home at last, so that it can be clinched. When a man's undivided attention is centered on one object, his mind will be constantly suggesting improvements of value, which would escape him were his brain occupied by a dozen different objects at once. Many a fortune has slipped through a man's fingers because of attention thus engaged. There is good sense in the old caution against having too many irons in the fire at once. Adversity in early life often lays the foundation for further prosperity. The hand of adversity is cold, but it is the hand of a friend. It dispels from the youthful mind the pleasing but vain illusions of untaught fancy, and shows that the road to success and prosperity is always a road requiring energetic action to surmount its difficulties. There is something sublime in the resolute, fixed purpose of him who determines to rise superior to ill fortune. At the first entrance upon the estate, saith a wise man, keep a low sail that thou mayest rise with honor. Thou canst not decline without shame. He that begins where his father ends will generally end where his father began. As full ears load and lay corn, so does too much fortune bend and break the mind. It deserves to be considered, too, as another advantage, that affliction moves pity and reconciles our enemies, but prosperity provokes envy and loses us even our friends. Again, adversity is a desolate and abandoned state, and, as rats and mice forsake a tottering house, so do the generality of men forsake him who is cast down by adversity. As a consequence, he who has never known adversity, but is half acquainted with others or with himself, and can not be expected to put forth full measure of his powers. The patient conquest of difficulties which rise in the regular and legitimate channels of business and enterprise is not only essential in securing the ultimate prosperity which you seek, but it is requisite to prepare your mind for enjoying your prosperity. Everywhere in human experience, as frequently as in nature, hardship is essential to ultimate success. That magnificent oak was detained 20 years in its upward growth while its roots took a great turn around a boulder, by which the tree was anchored to withstand the storms of centuries. They who are eminently prosperous, or who achieve greatness or even notoriety in any pursuit, must expect to make enemies. Whoever becomes distinguished is sure to be a mark for the malicious spite of those who, not deserving success themselves, are galled by the merited triumph of the more worthy. Moreover, the opposition which originates in such despicable motives is sure to be of the most unscrupulous character, hesitating at no iniquity, descending to the shabbiest littleness. Opposition, if it is honest and manly, is not in itself undesirable. It is the whetstone by which a highly tempered nature is polished and sharpened. Uninterrupted prosperity shows us but one side of the world, for as it surrounds us with friends who will tell us only our merits, so it silences those enemies from whom alone we can learn our defects. End of section 76. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC.
The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S. C. Ferguson. Section 77. Trifles. It is to the contempt of details that many men may trace the cause of their present misfortune. The world is full of those who languish, not from a lack of talents, but because, in spite of their many brilliant parts, they lack the power of properly estimating the value of trifles. Their souls fire with lofty conceptions of some work to be achieved. Their minds warm with enthusiasm as they contemplate the objects already attained. But when they begin to put the scheme into execution, they turn away in disgust from the dry minutiae and vulgar drudgery which are requisite for its accomplishment. Such men bewail their fate. Failing to do the small tasks of life, they have no calls to higher ones, and so complain of neglect. As the universe itself is composed of minute atoms, so it is little details, mere trifles, which go to make success in any calling. Attention to details is an element of effectiveness which no reach of plan, no loftiness of design, no enthusiasm of purpose can dispense with. It is this which makes the difference between the practical man, who pushes his thoughts to a useful result, and the mere dreamer. If we would do much good in the world, we must be willing to do good in little things, in little acts of benevolence, one after another, speaking a timely and good word here, doing an act of kindness there, and setting a good example always. We must do the first good thing we can, and then the next. This is the only way to accomplish much in one's lifetime. He who waits to do a great deal of good at once will never do anything. The disposition of mankind is to despise the little incidents of everyday life. This is a lamentable mistake, since nothing in this life is really small. In the complicated and marvelous machinery of circumstances, it is absolutely impossible to decide what would have happened as to some event if the smallest deviation had taken place in the march of those that preceded them. In a factory we may observe the revolving wheel in one room, and in another, many yards distant, the silk issuing from the loom rivaling in its tints the colors of the rainbow. There are many events in our lives, the distance between which was much greater than that between the wheel and ribbon, yet the connection was much closer. It is indeed strange on what petty trifles the crises of life are decided. A chance meeting with some friend, an unexpected delay in some business venture, may be the source from which you date the rise of good or ill fortune. There are properly no trifles in the biography of life. The little things in youth accumulate into character in age, and destiny in eternity. Little sums make up the grand total of life. Each day is brightened or clouded by trifles. Great things come but seldom, and are often unrecognized until they are past. It has been said that if a man conceives the idea of becoming eminent in learning, and can not toil through the many little drudgeries necessary to carry him on, his learning will soon be told. Or if one undertakes to become rich, but despises the small and gradual advances by which wealth is ordinarily acquired, his expectations will be the sum of his riches. The difference between first and second class work in every department of labor lies chiefly in the degree of care with which the minutiae are executed. No matter whether born king or peasant, our inevitable accompaniment through life is a succession of small duties, which must be met and overcome, or else they will defeat our plans. When we reflect that no matter what profession or business we may follow, it demands the closest attention to a mass of little and apparently insignificant details, then we comprehend why it is that the patient plodder, the slow but sure man, so universally surpasses the genius who had such a brilliant career in college. It is all very well to form vast schemes. It is, however, the homely details of their execution that furnish the crucial tests of character. The successful businessman at home, surrounded by articles of luxury, is a spectacle calculated to spur on the toiler. But the merchant at his office has had to work with trifles, to toil over columns of figures to post his ledger, and while you were carelessly spending $1, he has ransacked his books to discover what has become of a stray shilling. In short, success in any pursuit cannot be obtained unless the trifling details of the business are attended to. No one need hope to rise above his present situation who suffers small things to pass unimproved, or who, metaphorically speaking, neglects to pick up a cent because it is not a shilling. All successful men have been remarkable not only for general scope and vigor, but for their attention to minute details. Like the steam hammer, they can forge ponderous bolts or fashion a pin. It is singular that in view of these facts men will neglect details. Many even consider them beneath their notice, and when they hear of the success of a businessman who is perhaps more solid than brilliant, sneeringly remark that he is great in little things. But with character, fortune, and the concerns of life, it is the littles combined that form the great whole. If we look well to the disposition of these, the sum total will be cared for. It is the pennies neglected that squander the dollars. It is the minutes wasted that wound the hours and mar the day. Much of the unhappiness of life is caused by trifles. It is not the great boulders, but the small pebbles on the road, that bring the travelling horse on his knees. And it is the petty annoyances of life, to be met and conquered afresh each day, that try most severely the metal of which we are made. Small miseries, like small debts, hit us in so many places, and meet us at so many turns and corners, that what they lack in weight they make up in number, and render it less hazardous to stand the fire of one cannon ball than a volley composed of such a shower of bullets. The great sorrows of life are mercifully few, but the innumerable petty ones of everyday occurrence cause many to grow weary of the burden of life. Those acts which go to form a person's influence are little things, but they are potential for good or evil in the lives of others. From the little rivulets we trace the onward flowing of majestic rivers, constantly widening until lost in the ocean. And so the little things of an individual life in their ever widening influence for good or evil, diffusing misery or happiness around them, are borne onward to swell the joys or sorrows of the boundless ocean of eternity, and should be noted and guarded the more carefully from their infinitely higher importance. Words may seem to us but little things, but they possess a power beyond calculation. They swiftly fly from us to others, and though we scarcely give them a passing thought, their spirit lives. Though they are as fleeting as the breath that gave them, their influence is as enduring as the heart they reach. Ah, well may we guard our lips so that none grieve in silence over words we have carelessly dropped. Well may we strive to scatter loving, cheering, encouraging words to soothe the weary and awaken the nobler, finer feelings of those with whom we daily come in contact. The happiness, also, of life is largely composed of trifles. The occasions of great joys, like those of great sorrows, are few and far between, but every day brings us much of good if we will but gather it. One principal reason, says Jeremy Bentham, why our existence has so much less of happiness crowded into it than is accessible to us, is that we neglect to gather up those minute particles of pleasure which every moment offers for our acceptance. In striving after a sum total, we forget the ciphers of which it is composed. Struggling against inevitable results which he can not control, too often man is heedless of those accessible pleasures, whose amount is by no means inconsiderable when collected together. Stretching out his hands to catch the stars, man forgets the flowers at his feet, so beautiful, so fragrant, so multitudinous, so various. End of section 77.
The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S. C. Ferguson. Section 78. Leisure. Time was, is past. Thou canst not recall. Time is thou hast. Employ the portion small. Time future is not, and may never be. Time present is the only time for thee. Spare moments are the gold dust of time, the portion of life most fruitful in good or evil. When gathered up and pressed into use, important results flow from thence. When neglected, they are gaps through which temptation finds a ready entrance. They are a treasure when rightly used, but a terrible curse when abused. There are three obligations resting upon us in regard to the use and application of time. There is the duty to ourselves in the care of our happiness, our improvement, and providing for our necessities; the duty to those dependent upon ourselves and to society; and lastly, our accountability to God, who bestows upon us this valuable gift, not without its being accompanied with the greatest inducements and the strongest and most cogent motives to improve it to advantage in these different respects. A celebrated Italian was wont to call his time his estate, and it is true of this, as of other estates of which the young come into possession, that it is rarely prized until it is nearly squandered, and then when life is fast waning they begin to think of spending the hours wisely, and even of husbanding the moments. But habits of idleness, listlessness, and procrastination, once firmly fixed, cannot be suddenly thrown off, and the man who has wasted the precious hours of life's seed time finds that he cannot reap a harvest in life's autumn. The value of time is not realized. It is the most precious thing in all the world, the only thing of which it is a virtue to be covetous, and yet the only thing of which all men are prodigal. Time is so precious that there is never but one moment in the world at once, and that is always taken away before another is given. It is astonishing what can be done in any department of life when once the will is fired with a determination to use the leisure time rightly. Only take care to gather up your fragments of leisure time and employ them judiciously, and you will find time for the accomplishment of almost any desired purpose. Men who have the highest ambition to accomplish something of importance in this life frequently complain of a lack of leisure, but the truth is there is no condition in which the chances of accomplishing great results are less than in that of leisure. Life is composed of an elastic material, and wherever a solid piece of business is removed, the surrounding atmosphere of trifles rushes in as certainly as the air into a bottle when you pour out its contents. If you would not have your hours of leisure frittered away on trifles, You must guard it by barriers of resolution and precaution as strong as are needed for hours of study and business. The people who in any community have done the most for their own and the general good are not the wealthy, leisurely people who have nothing to do, but are almost uniformly the overworked class, who seem well nigh swamped with cares, and are in a paroxysm of activity from January to December. Persons of this class have learned how to economize time, and, however crowded with business, are always found capable of doing a little more, and you may rely upon them in their busiest season with far more assurance than upon the idle man. It is much easier for one who is always exerting himself to exert himself a little more for an extra purpose than for him who does nothing to get up steam for the same end. Give a busy man 10 minutes in which to write a letter, and he will dash it off at once. Give an idle man a day, and he will put it off till tomorrow or next week. There is a momentum in an active man which of itself almost carries him to the mark, just as a very light stroke will keep a hoop going when a smart one was required to set it in motion. The men who do the greatest things achieved on this globe do them not so much by fitful efforts as by steady, unremitting toil, by turning even the moments to account. They have the genius of hard work, the most desirable kind of genius. The time men often waste in needless slumber, in lounging, or in idle visits would enable them, were it employed, to execute undertakings which seem to their hurried and worried life to be impossible. Much may be done in those little shreds and patches of time which every day produces and which most men throw away, but which nevertheless will make at the end of life no small deduction from the sum total. Time, like life, can never be recalled. It is the material out of which all great workers have secured a rich inheritance of thoughts and deeds for their successors. It has been written, "The hours perish and are laid to our charge." How many of these are upon the records of the past? How many hours wasted, worse than wasted in frivolous conversation, useless employment, hours of which we can give no account, and in which we benefited neither ourselves nor others. There are few such hours in the busiest lives, but they make up the whole sum in the lives of many. Many live without accomplishing any good, squander their time away in petty, trifling things, as if the only object in life were to kill time, as if the earth were not a place for probation, but our abiding residence. We do not value time as we should, but let many golden hours pass by unimproved. We loiter during the daytime of life, and ere we know it the night draws near when no man can work. Oh, hours misspent and wasted! How we wish we could live them over again! It requires no small degree of effort to resolutely employ one's time so as to allow none of it to go to waste. There are 1,000 causes tending to the loss of time, and anyone who imagines that they would do great things if they only had leisure are mistaken. They can find time if they only set about doing it. Complain not, then, of your want of leisure. Rather thank God that you are not cursed with leisure, for a curse it is in 9 cases out of 10. What if to achieve some good work which you have deeply at heart, you can never command an entire month, a week, or even a day? Shall you therefore bid it an eternal adieu and fold your arms in despair? The thought should only the more keenly spur you on to do what you can in this swiftly passing life of yours. Endeavor to compass its solution by gathering up the broken fragments of your time, rendered more precious by their brevity. Where they work much in gold, the very dust of the room is carefully gathered up for the few grains of gold that may thus be saved. Learn from this nobler economy of time. Glean up its golden dust. Economize with tenfold care those raspings and parings of existence, those leavings of days and bits of hours, so valueless singly, so inestimable in the aggregate, and you will be rich in leisure. Rely upon it. If you are a miser of moments, if you hoard up and turn to account odd minutes and half hours and unexpected holidays, the 5-minute gaps while the table is spreading, your careful gleanings at the end of life will have formed a colossal and solid block of time, and you will die wealthier in good deeds harvested than thousands whose time is all their own. It has been written that he who toys with time trifles with a frozen serpent, which afterwards turns upon the hand which indulged the sport and inflicts a deadly wound. There are many persons who sadly realize this in their own lives. When age with its frosts of years have come, their reflections cannot be otherwise than of the saddest kind, as they ponder over wasted time, the hours they spent in a worse than foolish manner. Death often touches with a terrible emphasis the value of time. But, alas, the lessons come too late. It is for the living wisely to consider the end of their existence, to reflect on the possibilities of life, to resolve to waste no time in idleness, but to be up and doing in a manner befitting one who lives here, a life preparatory simply to another and better existence. End of section 78. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S. C. Ferguson. Section 79. Happiness. Happiness is that single and glorious thing which is the very light and sun of the whole animated universe, and where she is not, it were better that nothing should be. Without her wisdom is but a shadow, and virtue a name. It is in the pursuit of happiness that the energies of man are put forth. It matters not that we are generally disappointed in the ultimate results of our endeavors. Earthly happiness is a phantom of which we hear much but see little, whose promises are constantly given and constantly broken, but as constantly believed. She cheats us with the sound instead of the substance, and with the blossom instead of the fruit. Anticipation is her herald, but disappointment is her companion. In the ideal scene, everything is painted in bright colors. There are no drawbacks, no disappointments in that picture, but in the reality they are sure to appear. The anticipation of a pleasure may have lasted for weeks in the mind, and have been dwelt on in all the endless variety of possibilities, while the reality lasts but a short time. Hence the feeling of disappointment ensues. Hope immediately rallies the powers. We turn to new plans and begin again the round of anticipation, ending in disappointments. Happiness is much like tomorrow, only one day from us, yet never arriving. It is, in a word, hope or anticipation. In this life we pursue it. In the future life we hope to overtake it. It is the experience of all that, having realized our hopes, of whatever nature they may be, we are not satisfied. And it is well for man that he is so constituted, since satisfaction would be a bar to future efforts. We at once form new plans, grander and more comprehensive in their scope. We renew the struggle, press forward to their accomplishment, finding pleasure in the pursuit, if not in the possession. Perhaps nothing more plainly shows the diversity of the human mind than the different methods employed in this pursuit. Some seek it in the acquisition of wealth, others of power, others of fame, Some, by plunging into society, endeavor, by a giddy round of pleasure, to catch the same evanescent shadow that others seek by a life of solitude. No class or race of people exist but that have some characteristic mode in which they trust to secure happiness. The savage seeks it in hunting and fishing, in barbarous warfare, or in the rude war dance. National peculiarities are strongly shown in their ideas of what constitutes happiness, the light-hearted nations of the sunny South differing in this respect from their more serious northern neighbors. To be happy is the summing up of all the ends and aims on earth. It is a noble desire, implanted in the human breast by the Creator for purposes known only to his wisdom. We talk of wealth, fame, and power as undeniable sources of enjoyment, and limited fortune, obscurity, and insignificance as incompatible with felicity. This is an instance of the remarkable distinction between theoretic conclusions and experience. However brilliant in speculation, wealth, fame, and power are found in possession impotent to confer happiness. However decried in prospect, limited fortune, obscurity, and insignificance are by experience found most friendly to real and lasting pleasure. It is not this or that or the other peculiar mode of life, nor in any particulars of outward circumstances, nor in any definite kind of labor or duty, that we may positively expect happiness. If we do, we shall be disappointed, for it is not in our power to have things just our way, or to control our outward life just as we would. We live amid a multitude of influences we cannot altogether control, nor is it best we should. We must seek happiness in the right state of mind, in the legitimate labors, duties, and pleasures of life, and then we shall find what we seek. Yet we may find it under very different circumstances from what we expected. It is much more equally divided than some of us imagine. One man may possess most of the materials, but little of the thing. Another man may possess much of the thing, but few of the materials. In this particular view, happiness has been compared to the manna in the desert. He that gathered much had nothing over, and he that gathered little had no lack. Therefore, to diminish envy, let us consider not what others possess, but what they enjoy. We may look for happiness in one direction, but find it in another. And sometimes where we expect the least we may find the most, and where we look for the most we shall find the least. We are short-sighted and fail to see the ends of things. A great deal of the misery of life comes from this disposition to have things our own way, as though we could not be happy under any circumstances except those we have framed to meet our own wants. Circumstances are not half so essential to our happiness as most people imagine. A cabin is often the seat of more true happiness than a palace. Kings may bid higher for happiness than their subjects, but it is more apt to fall to the lot of the private citizen than the monarch. She sends to the palace her equipage, her pomp, and her train, but she herself is traveling incognita to keep a private appointment with contentment, and to partake in a dinner of herbs in a cottage. The disposition to make the best of life is what we want to make us happy. Those who are so willful and seemingly perverse about their outward circumstances are often intensely affected by the merest trifles. A little thing shadows their life for days. The want of some convenience, some personal gratification, some outward form or ornament will blight a day's joy. They can often bear a great calamity better than a small disappointment, because they nerve themselves to meet the former, and yield to the latter without an effort to resist. Molehills are magnified into mountains, and in the shadow of these mountains they sit down and weep. The very things they ought to have sometimes come unasked, and because they are not ready for them, they will not enjoy them, but rather make them the cause of misery. There is also a disposition in such minds to multiply their troubles, as well as magnify them. They make troubles of many things, which should really be regarded as privileges, opportunities for self-sacrifice, for culture, for improving effort. They make troubles of the ordinary allotments of life, its duties, charities, changes, unavoidable accidents, reverses, and experiences. This can be considered in no other light than morally wrong, for these common allotments and experiences were beyond all question ordained by infinite wisdom as a healthy discipline for the soul of man. Some spend life determined to be vastly happy at some future time, but for the present put off all enjoyment, even of passing pleasures, seemingly for fear lest all such present comfort detracts from the sum total of future enjoyments. They indeed acquire wealth or fame or the outward surroundings of happiness, but alas, too often the palmy days of life are gone, and the acquisitions from which they fondly hoped to gather much of human happiness form but the stately surroundings of real and heartfelt wretchedness. Happiness then should be as a modest mansion, which we can inhabit while we have our health and vigor to enjoy it, not a fabric so vast and expensive that it has cost us the best part of our lives to build it, and which we can enjoy only when we have less occasion for a habitation than for a tomb. Happiness is a mosaic composed of many small stones. Each taken apart and viewed singly may be of little value, but when all are grouped together, judiciously combined, and set, they form a pleasing and graceful whole, a costly jewel. Trample not under foot, then, the little pleasures which a gracious Providence scatters in the daily path, while in search after some great and exciting joy. Happiness, after all, is a state of mind. It cannot consist in things. It follows thence that in the right discipline of the mind is the secret of true happiness. In vain do they talk of happiness who never subdued an impulse in obedience to a principle. He who never sacrificed a present to a future good, or a personal to a general one, can speak of happiness only as the blind do of colors. The fountain of content must spring up in the mind, and he who seeks happiness by changing anything but his own disposition will waste his life in fruitless efforts and multiply the griefs which he seeks to remove. The trouble often is we are too selfish, too unyielding in our arrangements for life's best good. Because we cannot find happiness in our own way, we will not accept it in its appointed way, and so make ourselves miserable. Some excellent people are very unhappy from a kind of stubborn adherence to their settled convictions of just what they must have and what they must do to be happy. They lose sight of the fact that God rules above them, and 1,000 influences work around them, partly at least beyond their control. They have not determined to accept life cheerfully in whatever form it may come, and seek for good under all circumstances. We must seek for happiness in heaven-appointed ways, in study, duty, labor, exalted pleasures, with a constant effort to find it. We must seek it in domestic and business life, in the relations we hold to our fellow men, and in the daily opportunities afforded us for discipline and self-sacrifice. If then you would be happy, possessing at least that measure of happiness which is vouchsafed to mortals, we must intelligently seek happiness, not by way of impulse, not seeking selfishly our own good, but with a forgetfulness of self, doing all the good we can, and with a thorough consecration of soul to the good of what we seek. End of section 79.
The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S. C. Ferguson. Section 80. True Nobility. Greatness, thou gaudy torment of our souls, the wise men's fetters, and the rage of fools. There is so much in this world that is artificial, so much that glitters in borrowed light, that it is not singular that moral greatness and nobility are often counterfeited by some baser metal, so much so that it is no slight task to discriminate rightly between the true and the false, and to determine wherein true nobility doth consist. When we carefully consider the nature of man, we readily admit that it is in the possession of moral and intellectual powers that his superiority over the brute world consists. In the society of his fellow men, man ought not to be rated by his possessions, by his stores of gold, by his office of honor or trust. These are but temporary and accidental advantages, and the next turn of fortune may tear them from his grasp. The light of fame, though it shines with ever so clear a light, is able to dispel the darkness of death but a little ways. The greatest characters of antiquity are but little known. Curiosity follows them in vain, for the veil of oblivion successfully hides the greater portion of their lives. The world oft times knows nothing of its greatest men. Their lives were passed in obscurity, but real nobility of character was theirs, and this is nearly always unseen and unknown. He who in tattered garments toils on the way may, and often does, possess more real nobility of spirit than he who is driven past in a chariot. It is the mind that makes the heart rich, and as the sun breaks through the darkest clouds, so honor peereth in the meanest habit. Public martyrdom of every shade has a certain éclat and popularity connected with it that will often bear men up to endure its trials with courage, but those who suffer alone, without sympathy, for truth or principle, those who, unnoticed by men, maintain their part, and, in obscurity and amid discouragement, patiently fulfill their trust, these are the real heroes of the age, and the suffering they bear is real greatness. It is refreshing to read the account of some of the truly great men and women whose lives of usefulness have done much for the alleviation of the world's misery. And, after all, there is no true nobility except as it displays itself in good deeds. Says Matthew Henry, "Nothing can make a man truly great but being truly good and partaking of God's holiness." That which constitutes human goodness, human greatness, and human nobleness is not the degree of enlightenment with which men pursue their own advantages, but it is self-forgetfulness, self-sacrifice, and the disregard of personal advantages, remote or contingent, because some other line of conduct is nearer right. The greatest man is he who chooses right with the most invincible resolution, who resists the sorest temptations from within and without, who bears the heaviest burdens cheerfully, who is calmest in storms, and most fearless under menaces and frowns. Some persons are great only in their ability to do evil. Such appears to have constituted the greatness of many of those individuals who drenched the world in blood that their ambition might be satisfied. They may possess the most astonishing mental qualities, yet may be overruled for evil instead of good. Men of the most brilliant qualities need only a due admixture of pride, ambition, and selfishness to be great only in evil ways. Energy without integrity of character and a soul of goodness may only represent the embodied principle of evil. But when the elements of character are brought into action by a determinate will, and influenced by high purposes, man enters upon, and courageously perseveres in, the path of duty at whatever cost of worldly interests. But when the elements of character are brought into action by a determinate will, and influenced by high purposes, man enters upon, and courageously perseveres in, the path of duty at whatever cost of worldly interests, he may be said to approach the summit of his being, to possess true nobility of character. He is the embodiment of the highest ideal of manliness. The life of such a man becomes repeated in the life and actions of others. He is just and upright in his business dealings, in his public actions, and in his family life. He will be honest in all things, in his works and in his words. He will be generous and merciful to his opponent, to those who are weaker as well as those stronger than himself. The man of noble spirit converts all occurrences into experience, between which experience and his reason there is marriage, and the issue are his actions. He moves by affection, not for affection. He loves glory, scorns shame, and governeth and obeyeth with one countenance, for it comes from one consideration. Knowing reason to be no idle gift of nature, he is the steersman of his own destiny. Truth is his goddess, and he takes pains to get her, not to look like her. Unto the society of men he is a sun whose clearness directs in a regular motion. He is the wise man's friend, the example of the indifferent, the medicine of the vicious. Thus time goeth not from him, but with him, and he feels age more by the strength of his soul than by the weakness of his body. Thus feels he no pain, but esteems all such things as friends that desire to file off his fetters and help him out of prison. True nobility of spirit is always modest in expression. The grace of an action is gone as soon as we are convinced that it was done only that a third person might applaud the act. But he who is truly great, and does good because it is his duty, is not at all anxious that others should witness his acts. His aim is to do good because it is right. His nobility does not show itself in waiting and watching for some chance to do a great good at once. Greatness can only be rightly estimated when minuteness is justly reverenced. Greatness is the aggregation of minuteness, nor can its sublimity be felt truthfully by any mind unaccustomed to the watching of what is least. His nobility consists in being great in little things. All the little details of life are attended to, and thus the soul is prepared for great ones. There is more true nobility of duty faithfully done than in any one great act when others are looking on and signifying their approval, and thus by their sympathy spurring the soul on to greater exertions. It is impossible to conceive of a truly great character, and not to think of one imbued with the spirit of kindness. Nobility of spirit will not dwell with the haughty in manner. It delights to take up its abode with the generous and tender-hearted, those who seek to relieve the misery of others as they would their own. If you contrast the career of Napoleon Bonaparte and Florence Nightingale, though one filled all Europe with the terror of his name, doubt not that in the scale of moral greatness the latter far outweighs the former. Kindness is the most powerful instrument in the world to move men's hearts, and a word of kindness spoken will often do more for the furtherance of your own cause than any amount of angry reasoning. Therefore it is not singular that one whose whole life is spent in the exercise of kindness should possess a peculiar power over the lives of others, in effect, wield such an influence over them as marks him as one of the truly great. Nobility of character is also reverential. The possession of this quality marks the noblest and highest type of manhood and womanhood. Reverence for things consecrated by the homage of generations, for high objects, pure thoughts, and noble aims, for the great men of former times and the high-minded workers among our contemporaries. Reverence is alike indispensable to the happiness of individuals, of families, and of nations. Without it there can be no trust, no faith, no confidence, either in God or man, neither social peace nor social progress. Reverence is but another name for love, which binds men to each other, and all to God. The rewards of a life of moral greatness rest with posterity. Great men are like the oaks, under the branches of which men are happy in finding a refuge in times of storm and rain. But when the danger is past, they take pleasure in cutting the bark and breaking the branches. As long as human nature is such a mass of contradictions, this is not to be wondered at. But the influence of such men is ever working, and will sooner or later show itself. Men such as these are the true life-blood of the country to which they belong. They elevate and uphold it, fortify and ennoble it, and shed a glory over it by the example of life and character which they have bequeathed to it. The names and manners of great men, says an able writer, are the dowry of a nation. Whenever national life begins to quicken, the dead heroes rise in the memory of men. These men of noble principles are the salt of the earth. In death as well as life, their example lives in their country, a stimulus and encouragement to all who have the soul to adopt it. Nobility of character is within the reach of all. It is the result of patient endeavors after a life of goodness, and, when acquired, cannot be swept away unless by the consent of its possessor. Wealth may be lost by no fault of its possessor, but greatness of soul is an abiding quality. One may fail in his other aims. The many accidents of life may bring to naught his most patient endeavors after worldly fame or success. But he who strives for nobility of character will not fail of reward, if he but diligently seek the same by earnest resolve and patient labor. Is there not in this a lesson of patience for many who are almost weary of striving for better things? If success does not crown their ambitious efforts, will they not be sustained by the smile of an approving conscience? Strong in this, they can wait with patience till, in the fullness of time, their reward cometh. End of section 80.
The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S.C. Ferguson. Section 81. A Good Name. He that filches from me my good name robs me of that which ne'er enriches him, and makes me poor indeed. Shakespeare. A good name is the richest possession we have while living, and the best legacy we leave behind us when dead. It survives when we are no more. It endures when our bodies and the marbles which cover them have crumbled into dust. How can we obtain it? What means will secure it to us with the free consent of mankind and the acknowledged suffrages of the world? It is won by virtue, by skill, by industry, by patience and perseverance, and by humble and consistent trust and confidence in high and overruling power. It is lost by folly, by ignorance, by ignominy and crime, by excessive ambition and avarice. That good name, which is to be chosen rather than great riches, does not depend on the variable and shifting wind of popular opinion. It is based on permanent excellence, and is as immutable as virtue and truth. It consists in a fair and unsullied reputation, a reputation formed under the influence of virtuous principles, and awarded to us, not by the ignorant and the vicious, but by the intelligent and the good. In such a name we look first of all for integrity, or an unbending regard to rectitude. We look for independence, or a determination to be governed by an enlightened consideration of truth and duty, for benevolence, or a spirit of kindness and goodwill toward men, and finally for a reverent regard for all moral qualities. These are the essential proper ties of a good character, the living, breathing lineaments of that good name which commends itself to the careful consideration of the truly good everywhere. It is ever to be kept in mind that a good name is in all cases the fruit of personal exertions. It is not inherited from parents. It is not created by external advantages. It is no necessary appendage of birth or wealth or talents or station, but the result of one's endeavors, the fruit and reward of good principles manifested in a course of virtuous and honorable actions. Hence the attainment of a good name, however humble the station, is within reach of all. No young man is excluded from this invaluable boon. He has only to fix his eye on the prize, and to press toward it in a course of virtuous and useful conduct, and it is his. It may be said that in the formation of a good name personal exertion is the first, the second, and the last virtue. Nothing great or excellent can be acquired without it. All the virtues of which it is composed are the result of untiring application and industry. Nothing can be more fatal to the attainment of a good character than a confidence in external advantages. These, if not seconded by your own endeavors, will drop you midway, or perhaps you will not have started when the diligent traveler will have won the race. Life will inevitably take much of its shape and coloring from the plastic powers that operate in youth. Much will depend on taking a proper course at the outset of life. The principles then adopted and the habits then formed, whether good or bad, become a kind of second nature, fixed and permanent. The most critical period of life is that which elapses from 14 to 21 years of age. More is done during this period to mold and settle the character of the future man than in all the other years of life. If a young man passes this period with pure morals and a fair reputation, a good name is almost sure to crown his years, and to descend with him in the close of his days. On the other hand, if a young man in the spring season of life neglects his mind and heart, if he indulges himself in vicious courses, and forms habits of inefficiency and slothfulness, he inflicts an injury on his good name which time will not efface, and brings a stain upon his character which no tears can wash away. The two most precious things this side of the grave are our reputation and our life. But it is to be lamented that the most contemptible whisper may deprive us of the one and the weakest weapon of the other. A wise man, therefore, will be more anxious to deserve a fair reputation than to possess it, and this will teach him so to live as not to be afraid to die. A fair reputation, it should be remembered, is a plant delicate in its growth. It will not shoot up in a night, like the gourd that sheltered the prophet's head, but like that gourd, it may perish in a night. A name which has cost many years to establish is often destroyed in a single hour. A good name, like goodwill, is gained by many actions, but lost by one. One of the most essential elements of a good name is the possession of good moral principles. Such principles fill the soul with the noblest views and the purest sentiments, and direct all the energies, desires, and purposes to their proper use and end. Such principles impart new light and vigor to the mind, and secure to its possessor a safe passage through all the temptations of the world to the abodes of eternal purity and blessedness. A character without fixed moral principles has impressed on it the deformity of a great and palpable defect. Whatever virtues it does not possess are like flowers planted in the snow, or withered by the drought, wanting the life, vigor, and beauty which principles alone can impart. Lacking such principles, one would in vain seek to acquire a good name. As well expect a vessel to traverse broad oceans to a destined harbor with no rudder whereby to control its course. Though a good name is won only by a life of constant activity and exertion, by self-denial, and an outflow of charity, yet its rewards are great and enduring, and to fail of its possession is to be without the best thing on earth. Without it gold has no value, birth no distinction, station no dignity, beauty no charms, age no reverence. Without it every treasure impoverishes, every grace deforms, every dignity degrades, and all the arts, the decorations, and accomplishments of life stand like the beacon blaze upon a rock, warning that its approach is dangerous, that its contact is death. He who has it not is under eternal quarantine, no friend to greet him, no home to harbor him, and in the midst of all that ambition can achieve, or avarice amass, or rapacity plunder, he feels himself alone, destitute of the sympathy of others. A good character is sure protection against suspicion and evil reports. A man of bad or doubtful character is suspected of 1,000 acts of which he may not be guilty, and if he does a good deed, it is apt to be ascribed to a bad motive. He has lost the confidence of his fellow men. They know him to be unprincipled and hollow-hearted, and are therefore ready to believe all the evil that is thought or said of him, but none of the good. On the other hand, a man of fair character, of tried and established reputation, stands out to the eyes of the public as one who is above suspicion and above reproach. The envious may attempt to tarnish his fair name, but their efforts recoil upon their own heads. He is conscious of acting from correct principles, and being known to the public as a man of integrity and worth, he need never give himself much concern as to any unfavorable reports that may be circulated respecting him. They acquit him without trial, and believe his innocence without the judgment of a court. Slander may, indeed, for a moment, fix its fangs on a spotless character, but such a character has within itself an antidote to the poison, and emerges from the temporary shadow with invigorated strength and heightened beauty. While a good name will secure for you the esteem and confidence of your fellow men, how will it increase your capacity and extend the sphere of your usefulness? Who are the men whose friendship is most highly valued, whose opinions have greatest weight, whose patronage is most eagerly sought, and whose influence is most extensively sought in the country? Are they not men of principle, men of known worth and established reputation? A good name draws round its possessor warm friends, and opens for him a sure and easy way to wealth, to honor, and happiness. Reverse the picture, and think of the direful evils of a ruined character. It will expose you to 1,000 painful suspicions and blasting reports. It will deprive you of all self-respect and peace of mind. It will exclude you from the confidence and esteem of your fellow men, and bring upon you their neglect and contempt. It will cut you off from all means of usefulness, and degrade you to a mere cipher in society, rendering your ultimate success impossible. A good name is thus a protection against suspicion and evil reports. It is the source of the purest and most lasting enjoyment. It secures for us the esteem and confidence of our fellow men. It increases the power and enlarges the sphere of our usefulness. It has the most direct and happy bearing on our success in life. It stands connected with the happiness of our families and friends, with the welfare of society, with the temporal and eternal happiness of thousands. End of section 81. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S. C. Ferguson. Section 82. Meditation. Meditation is the soul's perspective glass, whereby, in her long removes, she discerns God as if he were near at hand. It is thinking, not growth, that makes the perfect man or woman. Hence life may be said to have commenced when the mind learns to meditate upon its nature, its powers, and its possibilities. This is the commencement of true soul growth. To live without thought is not life. It is simple, barren existence. There is in youth a natural impulsiveness which is highly detrimental to their best interests. In itself this is not wrong, but personal usefulness depends upon its being controlled and brought into subjection to the judgment. The first and hardest lesson of life to learn is to subdue and chasten the inborn impulses of the soul. His soaring ambition, his reckless hopes, his daring courage must be held in check by the rein of sober sense. The curb and bit must be put on and drawn tightly, and this must be done by his own hand. In his hours of meditation he must form his plans, lay out his work, breathe his prayer for victory, and swear eternal fealty to his purpose of right. In the still chambers of thought he must rally his moral forces, pledge them to duty, and call aid from above in his solemn work. Others may assist him by encouragement, by advice and solemn warning, but the work is his own. If he has learned to think, he has within an element of safety found nowhere else. What can be more distasteful than the actions of impulsive people? To-day they are borne on the gale of the wildest pleasure. They are more giddy than the feather tossed in the breeze. To-morrow, in darkness of spirit, despairing and wretched because their hot-brained fancies failed to give them peace and joy. To-day they thoughtlessly act as their impulses lead them. To-morrow they are full of regrets about mistakes and blunders of yesterday. They give full vent to whatever impulse feeling happens to come uppermost, changing more often than the wind, and reflecting as little upon their variations. It is the office of meditation to train and subdue these impulses. The fault is not in the joyousness of spirit which accompanies useful action, but in the impulsiveness with which they are indulged. The feelings come forth as masters, whereas they should be servants, subdued but joyous. They should be submissive and obedient children of the wall, doing its dictates with alacrity and power. They should make the intellect more active, the affections more warm and deep, and the moral sense more varied and strong. The fruit of meditation is propriety of action. There is a single and beautiful prosperity, pleasing to all, which gives grace to the manners and loveliness to the whole being, which all should strive to possess. It is neither too grave nor too gray, too gleesome nor too sad, nor either of these at improper places. It is to be mirthful without being silly, joyous without being foolish, sober without being despondent, to speak plainly without giving offense, grave without casting a shadow over others. Meditation should sit on the throne of the mind, as the counselor of the mental powers, and thus, by early habits of obedience, even the passions will become powers of noble import, contributing an energy and determination that will wrest victory out of every conflict and stress out of every struggle. To secure this blessing, one must early learn to hold counsel within himself over every desire and impulse that rises within him, over every action of the soul, and see that at all times obedience is yielded to the dictates of the council. To be successful in this he must be always watchful, always guarded, always striving for the most perfect attainment of the great object before him. He who cannot command his thoughts must not hope to control his actions. All mental superiority originates in habits of thought. Take away thought from the life of man and what remains? You may glean knowledge by reading, but you must separate the chaff from the wheat by thinking. The value of our thought depends much upon the course they take, whether the subject in hand be examined fully and carefully, or only given an undecided glance, whence our thoughts revert to other matters to be treated in the same desultory way. Many minds from want of training can not really think. It is of great importance that right habits of thought be formed and fostered in early life. A person may see, hear, read, and learn whatever he pleases, but he will know very little beyond that which he has thought over and made the property of his mind. Become master of your thoughts, so that you can command them at your pleasure. Whenever you read, have your thoughts about you. Make careful observations as you pass along, and select subjects upon which your thoughts shall dwell when your book shall have been laid aside. He who reads only for present gratification, and neglect to digest what he reads, nor calls it up for future contemplation, will not be likely to ever know the extent of his own powers. For the best tests calculated to make them known will remain unemployed. Consider the great field which is open before you. Into whichever department take your way, you will be amazed at the magnitude and grandeur of the objects by which you are surrounded, and your mind will be filled with the most exalted conceptions of the goodness, wisdom, and power of the Creator. We cannot guard too much against indulgence in thoughts, which, trivial as they may at first appear, would give a cast to our whole character should they become settled habits. Impure thoughts are seeds of sin. If dropped into the soil of the mind, they should be cast out immediately. Otherwise they will germinate, spring up, and bear fruits of sinful words and acts. Few consider the power and magnitude of thought. Man is not as he seems, nor as he acts, but as he thinks. It is the thoughts of man, and not his deeds, that are the true exponent of his character. Deeds make reputation, thought makes character. Deeds are the paper currency of thought, stamped in the mint of purity. Thoughts surpass deeds in power and grandeur in the same ratio as character surpasses reputation. Many lives are wrecked through thoughtlessness alone. If you find yourself in low company, do not sit carelessly by till you are gradually drawn into the whirlpool, but think of the consequences of such a course. Rational thought will lead you to seek the society of your superiors, and you must improve by the association. A benevolent use of your example and influence for the elevation of the fallen is a noble thing. Even the most depraved are not beyond such help. But the young man of impressionable character must at least think and beware lest he fall himself a victim. Think before you touch the wine cup. remember its effects upon thousands, and know that you are no stronger than they were in their youth. Think before you allow angry passions to overcome your reason. It is thus that murder is wrought. Think before, in a dark hour of temptation, you allow yourself to drift into crime. Think well ere a lie or an oath passes your lips, for a man of pure speech can only merit respect. Think of things pure and lovely and of good report. Think of God and of heaven, of life and duty, and your thoughts being thus elevating and inspiring, your life will be full of good deeds and pleasant memories. End of section 82. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adam Allen and B. C. Ferguson. Section 83. Principles. Our principles are the springs of our actions the springs of our happiness or misery. Too much care, therefore, cannot be taken in forming our principles. Men of genuine excellence in every station of life, men of industry, of integrity, of high principles, of sterling honesty of purpose, command the spontaneous homage of mankind. It is natural to believe in such men, to have confidence in them, and to imitate them. All that is good in the world is upheld by them, and without their presence in it, the world would scarcely be worth the living in. That young man is sure to become a worthless character and a pernicious member of society, who is loose in his principles and habits, who lives without plan and without object, spending his time in idleness and pleasure. He forgets his high destination as a rational, immortal being. He degrades himself to a level with the brute, and is not only disqualified for all the serious duties of life, but proves himself a nuisance and a curse to all with whom he is connected. Every unprincipled man is an enemy to society, and richly merits its condemnation. They are not respected, they are not patronized, confidence and support are withheld from them, and they are left, neglected and despised, to float down the stream of life. No young man can hope to rise in society, or act worthily his part in life, without a fair moral character. The basis of such a character is virtuous principles, or a deep fixed sense of moral obligation. The man who possesses such character can be trusted. Integrity and justice are to him words of meaning, and he aims to exemplify the virtues they express in his outward life. Such a man has decision of character. He knows what is right, and is firm in doing it. He has independence of character. He thinks and acts for himself, and is not to be made a tool to serve the purpose of party. He has consistency of purpose, pursuing a straightforward course, and what he is to-day he will be to-morrow. Such a man has true worth of character, and his life is a blessing to himself, to his family, to society, and to the world. To have a character founded on good principles is the first and indispensable qualification of a good citizen. It imparts life and strength and beauty not only to individual character but to all social institutions. It is, indeed, the dew and the rain that nourish the vine and the fig tree by which we are shaded and refreshed. Deportment, honesty, caution, and desire to do right, carried out in practice, are to human character what truth, reverence, and love are to religion. They are the constant elements of a good character. Let the vulgar and the degraded scoff at such virtues as they will. A strict, upright, onward course will evince to the world that there is more manly independence in one forgiving smile than in all the fictitious rules of honor. Virtue must have its admirers, and firmness of principle, both moral and religious, will ever command the proudest encomiums of the intelligent world. The auspicious bearing of such principles on the formation of your character and on your best interests cannot be too highly estimated. These are the mainspring of purpose and action. Their function cannot be begun too early in life, since they will remain with you as long as you live, and exert a decisive influence on your condition of success or failure. There is no brighter jewel in any young man's character than to be firmly established on principle of unyielding rectitude. They change not with times and circumstances. They are the same yesterday, today, and forever. They extend their sway to all beings and to all classes, to the man of learning and the ignorant peasant, to the beggar and the prince. They are the bond of union and the source of blessedness to all subjects of God's empire. It is always easy to know what is right, but often difficult to decide what is best for our present interests or popularity. He who acts from false principles is often perplexed in deciding on any plan of action. He knows not what course to pursue, or how to avoid the difficulties that are ever thickening around him. His way is dark and crooked, and full of snares and pitfalls. But the way is light as day to him whose ruling principle is duty. He is not perplexed as to questions of interest or popularity. Such a man, whether rich or poor, has those solid and excellent traits of character which are certain to secure for him the esteem and confidence of all good men, and even those who are too weak to imitate his virtues are obliged to yield to him the secret homage of their respect. But the greatest boon of all is the self-respect he thus secures. He is not degraded in his own eyes by acting from unworthy and criminal motives, and it is only when once lost that you fully realize how valuable is the boon of self-respect. It is the fruit of exertion in right ways. There are false principles to embrace which is certain defeat to hopes of future usefulness. There are some who make pleasant the aim of their lives, and who seem to live only for their own enjoyment. Man was made for action, for duty and usefulness, and it is only when he lives in accordance with this great design of his being that he attains his highest dignity and truest happiness. To make pleasure his ultimate aim is certainly to fail of it. No matter what a young man's situation and prospects are, no matter if he is perfectly independent in his circumstances and heir to millions, he will certainly become a worthless character if he does not aim at something higher than his own selfish enjoyment. A life thus spent is a life lost. It is utterly inconsistent with all manliness of thought and action. It forms a character of effeminacy and feebleness, and entails on its possessor not only the contempt of all worthy and good men, but embitters the decline of life with shame and self-reproach. Another principle of evil import is the love of money, which exerts a mighty and powerful influence over the children of men. When once the love of money becomes in any man a dominant principle of action, there is an end of all hope of his ever attaining the true excellence of an intelligent moral being. Money is the supreme and governing motive of his conduct, and where this is the case, it is not to be expected that a man will be very scrupulous as to the means of obtaining it. Put a piece of gold too close to the eye, and it is large enough to blind you to home, to love, to death, and to heaven itself. End of section 83. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC.
The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S. G. Ferguson. Section 84. Opportunity. There's a tide in the affairs of men, which, taking at the flood, leads on to fortune. Omitted, all the voyage of their life is bound in shallows and in miseries. Shakespeare. Many fail in life from the want, as they are too ready to suppose, of those great occasions, wherein they might have shown their trustworthiness and their integrity. But in order to find whether a vessel be leaky, we first prove it with water before we trust it with wine. The more minute and trivial opportunities of being just and upright are constantly occurring to every one. It is the proper employment of these smaller opportunities that occasion the great ones. It is one of the common mistakes of life, and one of the most radical sources of evil, to wait for opportunities. Many persons are looking for some marked event or some grand opening through which they hope to develop what may be in them, and thus make potent a character which now, for lack of motives, is barren and unfruitful. The real materials out of which our characters are forming are the hourly occurrences of everyday life. Every claim of duty, the employment of each minute, the daily vexations or trials we are called upon to bear, the momentary decisions that must be made, the casual interview, the contact with sin or sorrow in every day, dress all these and many others as small and as constant, are the real opportunities of life. These we are continually embracing or neglecting, and out of them we are forming a character that is fast consolidating into the shape we gave it, for good or for evil. If we watch through a single day, we shall doubtless discover hundreds of opportunities of both doing and receiving good that we have, perhaps, hitherto passed by with indifference, and by diligent assiduity in seeking for and embracing these, we shall be prepared to encounter the fiercer storms of life that may await us, or to take advantage of future opportunities that may offer for our good. A man's opportunity usually has some relation to his ability. It is an opening for a man of his talents and means. It is an opening for him to use what he has faithfully and to the utmost. It requires toil, self-denial, faith. If he says, "I want a better opportunity than that," "I am worthy of a higher position than that," or if he thinks the opportunity too insignificant to be embraced, he is very likely in after years to see the folly of his course. There are scores of young men all over the land who want to acquire wealth, and yet every day scorn such opportunities, as our really rich men would have improved. They want to begin, not as others do, at the foot of the ladder, but halfway up. They want somebody to give them a lift, or to carry them up in a balloon, so that they can avoid the early and arduous struggles of the majority of those who have been successful. The most unsuccessful men are usually the ones who think they could do great things if they only had the opportunity. But something has always prevented them. Providence has hedged them in so that they could not carry out their plan. They knew just how to get rich, but they lack opportunity. A man cannot expect that great opportunities will meet him all along through his life, like milestones by the wayside. Usually he has one or two. If he neglects them, he is like the man who takes the wrong course where several meet. The farther he goes, the worse he fares. In the life of the most unlucky persons, there are always some occasions when by prompt and vigorous action he may win the thing he has at heart. "There's nobody," says a Roman cardinal, "whom fortune does not visit once in his life. But when she finds he is not ready to receive her, she goes in at the door and out through the window." Opportunity is coy. The careless, the slow, the unobservant, the lazy fail to see her, or clutch at her when she has gone. The sharp fellows detect her instantly, and seize her on the wing. It is ofttimes not sufficient to wait for opportunity, even though improved when it has come. We must not only strike the iron while it is hot, but make it hot by striking. In other words, if opportunity does not present herself, we must try our best to compel her attendance. Opportunity is in respect to time in some sense, as time is in respect to eternity. It is the small moment, the exact point, the critical minute on which every good work so much depends. Hesitation is, in some instances, a sign of weakness, an exhibition of caution, instead of an aid is a hindrance. At the critical moment there is no time for over-squeamishness, else the opportunity slips away beyond recall, even as the spoken word or the sped arrow. The period of life during which a man must venture, if ever, is so limited that it is no bad rule to preach up the necessity in such instances of a little violence done to the feelings, and of efforts made in defiance of strict and sober calculation, rather than to pass one opportunity after another. It is not accident that helps a man in the world, but purpose and persistent industry. These make a man sharp to discover opportunities and to turn them to account. To the feeble, the sluggish, and purposeless, the happiest opportunities avail nothing. They pass them by, seeing no meaning in them. But to the energetic, wide-awake man, they are occasions of great moment, the improvement of which contribute in no small degree to his ultimate success. End of section 8.4.
The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S. C. Ferguson. Section 85. Duty. I slept and dreamed that life was beauty. I woke and found that life was duty. Duty rounds out the whole of life, from our entrance into it until our exit from it. There is the duty to superiors, to inferiors, to equals, to God, and to man. Wherever there is power to use or to direct, there is a duty devolving upon us. Duty is a thing that is due and must be paid by every man who would avoid present discredit and eventual moral insolvency. It is an obligation, a debt, which can only be discharged by voluntary effort and resolute action in the affairs of life. The abiding sense of duty is the very crown of character. It is the upholding law of man in its highest altitudes. Without it the individual totters and falls before the first puff of adversity or temptation, whereas, inspired by it, the weakest become strong and full of courage. Duty, says Mrs. Jameson, is the cement which binds the whole moral edifice together, without which all power, goodness, intellect, truth, happiness, love itself, can have no permanence, but all the fabric of existence crumble away from under us, and leave us at last sitting in the midst of a ruin, astonished at our own dissolution. Take man from the lowest depths of poverty or from the downy beds of wealth, and you will find that to act well his part in life he must recognize and live up to the rule of duty. As the ship is safely guided across the ocean by a helm, so on the ocean of existence duty is the helm, without which life is lost. It is the lesson of history, no less than the experience of the present age, that an attention to duty is all of its details is the only sure road to real greatness, whether individual or national. Duty is based upon a sense of justice, justice inspired by love, which is the most perfect form of goodness. Duty is not a sentiment, but a principle pervading the life, and it exhibits itself in conduct and in action. Duty is above all consequences, and often, at a crisis of difficulty, commands us to throw them overboard. It commands us to look neither to the right nor to the left, but straight forward. Every signal act of duty is an act of faith. It is performed in the assurance that God will take care of the consequences, and will so order the course of the world that, whatever the immediate results may be, his word shall not return to him empty. The voice of conscience speaks in duty done, and without its regulating and controlling influence, the brightest and greatest intellect may be merely as a light that leads astray. Conscience sets a man upon his feet, while his will holds him upright. Conscience is the moral governor of the heart, and only through its dominating influence can a noble and upright character be fully developed. that we ought to do an action of itself a sufficient and ultimate answer to the question why we should do it. The conscience may speak never so loudly, but without energetic will it may speak in vain. The will is free to choose between the right course and the wrong one, but the choice is nothing unless followed by immediate and decisive action. If the sense of duty be strong and the course of action clear, the courageous will, upheld by the conscience, enables a man to proceed on his course bravely, and to accomplish his purposes in the face of all opposition and difficulty. And should failure be the issue, there will remain at least the satisfaction that it has been in the cause of duty. There is a sublimity in the conscious rectitude, a pleasure in the approval of one's own mind, in comparison with which the treasures of earth are not worth mentioning. The peace and happiness arising from this are above all change and beyond all decay. Disappointment and trials do but improve them. They go with us into all places and attend us through every changing scene of life. They sustain and delight at home and abroad, by day and by night, in solitude and in society, in sickness and in health, in time and eternity. All this is sure to be the reward of him who knows his duty and does it, regardless as to what others say or as to the immediate results flowing from thence. We all have good and bad in us. The good would do what it ought to do. The bad does what it can. The good dwells in the kingdom of duty. The bad sits on the throne of might. Duty is a loyal subject. Might is a royal tyrant. Duty is the evangel of God that proclaims the acceptable year of the Lord. Might is the scourge of the world that riots in carnage, groans, and blood. Duty gains its victories by peace. Might conquers only by war. Duty is a moralist resting on principle. Might is a worldling seeking for pleasure. These are the inward principles contending with each other in every human soul. To live truly and nobly is to act energetically. Life is a battle to be fought valiantly. Inspired by high and honorable resolves, a man must stand to his post, and die there if necessary. Like the hero of his old determination should be to dare nobly, to will strongly, and never to falter in the path of duty. It has been truly said that man's real greatness consists, not in seeking his own pleasure or fame, but that every man shall do his duty. What most stands in the way of the performance of duty is irresolution, weakness of purpose, and indecision. On the one side are conscience and the knowledge of good and evil. On the other are indolence, selfishness, and love of pleasure. The weak and ill-disciplined will may remain suspended for a time between these influences, but at length the balance inclines one way or another, as the voice of conscience is heeded or passed by. If its warning voice is unheeded, the lower influence of selfishness will prevail. Thus character is degraded, and manhood abdicates the throne as ruler, and sinks to the level of slave to the senses. Be not diverted from your duty by any idle reflections the silly world may make upon you. Their censures have no power over you, and, consequently, should not be any part of your concern. No man's spirits were ever hurt by doing his duty. On the contrary, one good action done, one temptation resisted and overcome, one sacrifice of desire or interest, purely for conscience's sake, will prove a cordial for weak souls most salutary for their real good, conducing no less to their present happiness and welfare than to their eternal and unending good. End of section 85. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S. C. Ferguson. Section 86. Trials. Life, no matter in what aspects it has been presented before us, when we come to the reality, it is full of pitfalls and entanglements, into which our unwary feet often stumble. Day after day, as we watch the different vicissitudes of life, we are reminded of the fragility of human hopes and aspirations. As the leaves of the tree, once flourishing, once verdant, lose their vitality and finally waste away, so it is with our desires and anticipations. In youth, we look forward, the future appears calm and tranquil. As we approach manhood and womanhood, life changes its appearance and becomes tempestuous and rough, as the ocean changes before the advancing storm. In the changes of real life, joy and grief are never far apart. In the same street, the shutters of one house are closed, while the curtains of the next are brushed by the passing dancers. A wedding party returns from church, and a funeral train leaves from the adjacent house. Gladness and sighs brighten and dim the mirror of daily life. Tears and laughter are twin born, like two children sleeping in one cradle. When one wakes and stirs, the other wakes also. Be not dismayed at the trials of life. They are sent for your good. God knows what keys in the human soul to touch in order to draw out its sweetest and most perfect harmonies. These may be the strains of sadness and sorrow, as well as the loftier notes of joy and gladness. Think not that uninterrupted joy is good. The sunshine lies upon the mountain top all day, and lingers there latest and longest at eventide. Yet is the valley green and fertile, while the peak is barren and unfruitful. Trials come in 1,000 different forms, and as many avenues are open to their approach. They come with the warm throbbing of our youthful lives, keep pace with the measured tread of manhood's noon, and depart not from the descending footsteps of disreptitude and age. We may not hope to be entirely free from either disciplinary trials or the fiery darts of the enemy until we are through with life's burdens. Men may be so old that ambition has no charm. Pleasures may pale on the senses, but they are never too old to experience trials. Life all sunshine without shade, all happiness without sorrow, all pleasure without pain, were not life at all, at least not human life. Take the life of the happiest. It is a tangled yarn. It is made up of joys and sorrows, and the joys are all the sweeter because of the sorrows. Even death itself makes life more loving. It binds us more closely together while living. The severer trials and hazardous enterprises of life call into exercise the latent faculties of the soul of man. They are for the purpose of putting his manhood to the test, and rouse in him strength, hardihood, and valor. They may be hard to take, though they strengthen the soul. Tonics are always bitter. Heaven, in its mercy, has placed the fountain of wisdom in the hidden and concealed depths of the soul, that the children of misfortune might seek and find in its healthful waters the antidote and cordial of their cares and calamities. Knowledge and sorrow are blended together, and as closely and inseparably so as ignorance and folly, and for reasons equally as salutary and just. Such is the established course of nature. Such is her best and wisest law. When she leads us from what is frivolous and vain in the land of darkness, and brings us to the impressive and true in the land of light, the first act she performs is to remove the scales from our eyes that we may see and weep. We must first learn to mourn and feel before we can know and think, and the deeper we shall go into the depths below, the higher shall we ascend into the heights above. Man is like a sword in a shop window. Men that look upon the perfect blade do not dream of the process by which it was completed. Man is a sword, daily life is the workshop, and God is the artificer, and the trials and sorrows of life the very things that fashion the man. We should remember when borne down by trials that they are sent to us only for our instructions, even as we darken the cages of our birds when we wish them to sing. Out of suffering have emerged the strongest souls. The most massive characters are seamed with cares. Martyrs have put on their coronation robes glittering with fire, and through tears many caught the first glimpse of heaven. Never meet trouble halfway, but let him have the whole walk for his pains. Perhaps he will give up his visit even in sight of your house. If misfortune comes, be patient, and he will soon stalk out again, for he cannot bear cheerful company. Do not think you are fated to be miserable, because you are disappointed in your expectation and baffled in your pursuits. Do not declare that God has forsaken you when your way is hedged about with thorns, when trials and troubles meet you on every side. No man's life is free from struggles and mortifications, not even the happiest. But every one may build up his own happiness by seeking mental pleasures, and thus making himself independent of outward fortune. The greatest misfortune of all is not to be able to bear misfortune. Not to feel misfortune is not the part of a mortal, but not to bear it is not becoming in a man. Calamity never leaves us where it finds us. It either softens or hardens the heart of its victim. Misfortune is never mournful to the soul that accepts it, for such do always see in every cloud an angel's face. Every man deems that he has precisely the trials and temptations which are the hardest of all others for him to bear. From the manner in which men bear their conditions, we should oftentimes pity the prosperous and envy the unfortunate. The simplest and most obvious use of sorrow is to remind us of God. It would seem that a certain shock is needed to bring us in contact with reality. We are not conscious of breathing till obstruction makes it felt. So we are not conscious of the mighty cravings of our half divine humanity. We are not aware of the God within us till some chasm yawns which must be filled, or till the rending asunder of our affection brings us to a consciousness of our need. To mourn without measure is folly. Not to mourn at all is insensibility. God says to the fruit tree, bloom and bear, and to the human heart, bear and bloom. The soul's great blooming is the flower of suffering. As the sun converts clouds into a glorious drapery, firing them with gorgeous hues, draping the whole horizon with its glorious costume, and riding victory along their front, So sometimes a radiant heart lets forth its hopes upon its sorrows, and all blackness flies, and troubles that true appall seem to crowd around as a triumphant procession following the steps of a victor. End of section 86. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC.
The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S. G. Ferguson. Section 87. Sickness. Sickness takes us aside and sets us alone with God. We are taken into his private chamber, and there he converses with us face to face. The world is afar off, our relish for it is gone, and we are alone with him. Many are the words of grace and truth which he then speaks to us. All our former props are struck away, and now we must lean on God alone. The things of earth are felt to be vanity. Man's sympathy deserts us. We are cast wholly upon God, that we may learn that his praise and his sympathy are enough. There is something in sickness that lowers the pride of manhood, that softens the heart and brings it back to the feelings of infancy. Who that has languished even in advanced life in sickness, but has thought of the mother who watched over his childhood, who smoothed his pillow and administered to his helplessness? When a man is laboring under the pain of any distemper, it is then that he recollects there is a God, and that he himself is but a man. No mortal is then the object of his envy, his admiration, or his contempt, and having no malice to gratify, the tales of slander excite him not, but it unveils to him his own heart. It shows him the need there is for sympathy and love between man and man. Thus disease, opening our eyes to the realities of life, is an indirect blessing. One who has never known a day's illness is lacking in one department at least of moral culture. He has lost the greatest lesson of his life. He has missed the finest lecture in the great school of humanity, the sick chamber. Disease generally begins that equality which death completes. The distinctions which set one man so much above another are very little perceived in the gloom of a sick chamber, where it will be vain to expect entertainment from the gay or instruction from the wise, where all human glory is obliterated, the wit is clouded, the reasoner perplexed, and the hero subdued, where the highest and the brightest of mortal beings finds nothing of real worth left him but the consciousness of innocence. Sickness brings a share of blessing with it. What stores of human love and sympathy it reveals! What constant, affectionate care is ours! What kindly greetings from friends and associates! This very loosening of our hold upon life calls out such wealth of human sympathy that life seems richer than before. Then it teaches humility. Our absence is scarcely noticed. From the noisy, rustling world we are separated completely. Yet our place is filled, and all moves on without us. So we learn that when at last we shall sink forever beneath the waves of the sea of life, there will be but one ripple, and the current will move steadily on. It is on the bed of sickness that we fully realize the value of good health. The first wealth is health. Sickness is poor-spirited and cannot serve anyone. But health is one of the greatest blessings we are capable of enjoying. Money cannot buy it, therefore value it and be thankful for it. Health is above all gold and treasure. It enlarges the soul and opens all its powers to receive instruction and to relish virtue. He that has health has but little more to wish for, and he that has it not, in the want of it, wants everything. It is beyond price, since it is by health that money is procured. Thousands and even millions are small recompense for the loss of health. Poverty is indeed an evil from which we naturally fly. But let us not run from one enemy to one still more implacable, which is assuredly the lot of those who exchange poverty for sickness, though accompanied by wealth. In no situation and under no circumstances does human character appear to better advantage than when watching by the side of sickness. The helplessness and weakness of the sick chamber makes a most effective appeal to the charity and natural kindness inherent in the hearts of all, even of the most degraded. Thus it appears that sickness is not only of discipline to the sick one, but it serves also to bring to a more perfect growth the flowers of charity and kindness in the hearts of those who care for the sick one. It is on the sick bed that the heart learns most completely the value of self-examination. Life passes before the sick one as a gliding panorama. How strong are the resolutions formed for future guidance! And only God and the angels know how many lives have been turned from evil courses to the right, have been snatched as brands from the burning. Who can date their progress in the good and true modes of living from some bed of sickness? Then let us be patient in sickness. Let us turn it to account in the bettering of our hearts, and thus may we reap from seeing evil what will conduce in no small degree to our ultimate happiness. End of section 8-7.
The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S.C. Ferguson. Section number 88. Sorrow. Sorrows gather around great souls as storms do around great mountains, but like them they break the storms and purify the air. Those who have suffered much are like those who know many languages. They have learned to understand and be understood by all. Sorrows sober us and make the mind genial. In sorrows we love and trust our friends more tenderly, and the dead become dearer to us. Just as the stars shine out in the night, so there are faces that look at us in our grief, though before they were fading from our recollections. Suffering! Let no man dread it too much, because it is better for him, and will help make sure of being immortal. Just as it is only at night that other worlds are to be seen shining in the distance, so it is in sorrow, the night of the soul, that we see the farthest and know ourselves natives of infinity, sons and daughters of immortality. The path of life meanders through a bright and beautiful world, a world where the fragrant flowers of friendship, nourished by the gentle dews of sympathy and the warmth of sunlight of affection, bloom in perennial beauty. But through this bright world there flows a stream whose turbid waters cross and recross the path of every pilgrim. It is the stream of human suffering. As the rose tree is composed of the sweetest flowers and the sharpest thorns, as the heavens are sometimes overcast, alternately tempestuous and serene, so is the life of man intermingled with the hopes and fears, with joy and sorrow, with pleasures and with pains. Life is beset with unavoidable annoyances, vexatious cares, and harassing events, but we endure them, we strive to forget them, or like the dust-worn garment or the soil on our shoes we brush them off, and if possible scarcely bestow a thought on the trouble it requires. But when we have once been called upon to feel and undergo a great sorrow, to bend the back and bow the head, to endure the yoke and suffer the agony, to abide the pelting of the storm of adversity and sorrow, when few, perhaps none, sympathize with us. These are the days of anguish and of darkness, these the nights of desolation and despair. And when they endure as long as life shall last, and when they have once come upon us with their appalling weight, their remorseless power, we can never be beguiled into a forgetfulness of them. The memory of them endure as long as life shall last. We may again behold the beams of a cheerful sun throwing a delusive coloring over the landscape around us, but while our eyes may rest upon the lights, they will dwell upon the shadows of the picture. Time is the rider that breaks youth. To the young how bright the new world looks, how full of novelty, of enjoyment, of pleasure. But as years pass on they are found to abound in sorrowful scenes as well as those pleasant, scenes of toil, suffering, difficulty, perhaps misfortune and failure. Happy they who can pass through such trials with a firm mind and a pure heart, encountering trials with cheerfulness, and standing erect beneath even the heaviest burdens. Sorrow is the noblest of all discipline. Our nature shrinks from it, but it is not the less a discipline. It is a scourge, but there is healing in its stripes. It is a chalice, and the draught is bitter, but health proceeds from the bitterness. It is a crown of thorns, but it becomes a wreath of light on the brow which it has lacerated. It is a cross on which the spirit groans, but every Calvary has an olivet. To every place of crucifixion there is likewise a place of ascension. The sun that is shrouded is unveiled, and the heavens open with hopes eternal to the soul which has nigh unto despair. Even in guilt sorrow has a sanctity within it. Place a bad man beside the deathbed or the grave, where all that he loved is cold. We are moved, we are won, by his affection, and we find the divine spark yet alive, which no vice could quench. Christianity itself is a religion of sorrow. It was born in sorrow it was tried, and by sorrow it was made perfect. The author of Christianity was a man of sorrow and acquainted with grief. Sorrow is exalting, and a baptism of sorrow is awarded to every one who strives for the higher life. Since Christ wept over Jerusalem, the best, the bravest, who have followed him in good will and good deeds have commenced their missions alike in suffering. Sorrow is not to be complained of. It is the passport by which we are to be made acceptable in that house where all tears shall be wiped away. It has power for good. It has joy within its gloom. And though Christianity is a religion of trials and suffering, it is not less a religion of hope. It casts down in order to exalt, and if it tries the spirit by affliction, it is to prepare it for a future great reward. All mankind must taste the cup which destiny has mixed, be it bitter or be it sweet. Be not impatient under suffering. It is for the correction of thy soul. It is better to suffer than to injure. It is better to suffer without a cause than that there should be cause for our suffering. By experiencing distress, an arrogant insensibility of temper is most effectually corrected. Endeavor to extract a blessing from the remembrance of thy own sufferings. If so be that Providence has so ordered your life that you are not subject to much of the discipline of sorrow, strive to extract this discipline from the consideration of the lot of those less favored than you are. Step aside occasionally from the flowers and smooth path which is permitted you to walk in order to view the toilsome march of your fellow creatures through the thorny desert. The designed end of temporal affections is to cause men to consider their spiritual wants and to seek the good of their higher natures. Often suffering not only fails to purify the soul from sin, but aggravates and intensifies its selfish and malignant passions. This is always the case where the heart fails to accept the lesson taught. By submission to sorrow, the sweetest traits of character are developed, as some fruits are brought to perfection only by frost. Misfortune should act upon us or upon our feelings, like fire upon old tenements, which are consumed only to be rebuilt with greater perfection. The winds of adversity sweep over the soul and scatter the fairest blossoms of hope. But the blossoms fall that the fruit may appear. So with us, when the flowers of hope are gone, there come the fruits of long-suffering, patience, faith, and love. Thus the darkest clouds which overhang human destiny may often appear the brightest to the angels who behold them with prophetic ken from heaven. The damps of autumn sink into the leaves and prepare them for decay, and thus are we, insensibly perhaps, detached from our hold on life by the gentle pressure of recorded sorrows. Who is not familiar with the fact that life, which to the young promises so much, but to the middle-aged presents a stern reality, seems to the old as a day's labor now closing, and even as the laborer, worn by the burdens and heat of the day, looks forward to rest, so does the aged pilgrim, oppressed by the accumulated griefs and sorrows of a lifetime, look forward to the rest of death. The first thing to be conquered in grief is the pleasure we feel in indulging in it. Persons may acquire a morbid and unhealthy state of feeling on this subject, and by a constant giving way to feelings of grief, become at last so constituted that on the slightest occasion they give way to apparently uncontrollable sorrow, converting thus what was intended as a means of discipline necessary to soul growth into an evil which contracts life. Remember, then, that in the matter of giving expression to sorrow, self-control is no less necessary than in the other affairs of life. There is but one pardonable grief, that for the departed. This pleasing grief is but a variety of comfort. The sighs are but a mournful mode of loving them. There are sorrows too sacred to be babbled to the world, griefs which one would forbear to whisper even to a friend. Real sorrow is not clamorous. It seeks to shun every eye, and breathes in solitude and silence the sighs that come from the heart. Every heart has also its secret sorrows, of which the world knows nothing, and oftentimes we call a man cold when he is only sorrowful. Sorrow may be divided into two classes: that which really comes from the heart and is for the bettering of man, and that which comes from wounded selfishness, egotism, and pride. It is our duty to strive against giving vent to the latter kind of sorrow. It is, after all, only selfish in feeling and expression. It is the duty of all to cultivate cheerfulness of manner and disposition. Another hath said, "Give not thy mind to heaviness. The gladness of heart is the life of man, and the joyfulness of a man prolongeth his days. Remove sorrow far from thee, for sorrow hath killed many, and there is no profit therein, and carefulness bringeth age before the time." As limbs which are wrenched violently asunder do not bleed, so the sudden shocks of overwhelming sorrow are unrelieved by tears. The heart is benumbed, the eyes are dry, and the very fountain of feeling obstructed and stagnant. Our lighter afflictions find relief in lamentations and weeping, and the voice of sympathy and compassion brings some consolation of peace. But when the heart has been deeply and powerfully struck by some evil, cruel blow of destiny, the intensity of suffering exceeds the bounds of sensibility and emotion. Those who work hard seldom yield themselves entirely up to real or fancied sorrow. When grief sits down, folds its hands, and mournfully feeds upon its own tears, weaving the dim shadows that a little exertion might sweep away into oblivion, the strong spirit is shorn of its might, and sorrow becomes our master. When sorrow then pours upon you, instead of giving way to it, rather seek by occupation to divert the dark waters that threaten to overwhelm you into the thousand channels which the duties of life always present. Before you dream of it, those waters will fertilize the present and give birth to flowers that may brighten the future, flowers that will become pure and holy in the sunshine which illuminates the path of duty in spite of every obstacle. End of section 88.
The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S. C. Ferguson. Section 89. Poverty. It cannot be too often repeated that it is not the so-called blessings of life, its sunshine and calms, that makes men, but its rugged experiences, its storms, tempests, and trials. Early poverty, especially, is emphatically a blessing in disguise. The school of poverty graduates the ablest pupils. It does more, perhaps, than anything else to develop the energetic, self-reliant traits of character, without which the highest ability makes but sorry work of life's battles. Thousands of men are bemoaning present indigence and obscurity who might have won riches and honor had they only been compelled by early poverty to develop their manhood. As well expect the oak to grow strong in the atmosphere of the hothouse as that man would reach his best estate surrounded from earliest years by the comforts and luxury of wealth. Many of the evils of poverty are imaginary, arising from mistaken notions we may entertain as to what constitutes happiness and comfort. There is not such a difference as some men imagine between the poor and the rich. In pomp, show, and opinion there is a great deal, but little as to the real pleasures and joys of life. No man is poor who does not think himself so. But if in a full fortune, with impatience he desires more, he proclaims his wants and his beggarly condition. We are more and more impressed that the poor are only they who feel poor. He whom we esteem wealthy in a true scale would perhaps be found very indigent. Of what avail the wealth of Croesus if the heart feels pinched and poor? It is one of the mysteries of our life that genius, the noblest gift of God to man, is nourished by poverty. Its noblest works have been achieved by the sorrowing ones of the world in tears and despair. Not in the brilliant saloon, furnished with every comfort and elegance, not in the library, well fitted, softly carpeted, and looking out upon a smooth green lawn or a broad expanse of scenery. Not in ease and competence is genius born and nurtured. More frequently in adversity and destitution, amidst the harassing cares of a straitened household, in bare and fireless garrets, is genius born and reared. This is its birthplace, and with such surroundings have men labored, studied, and trained themselves, until they have at last emanated out of the gloom of that obscurity, the shining lights of their time, and exercised an influence upon the thoughts of the world amounting to a species of intellectual legislation. If there is anything in the world that a young man should be more grateful for than another, it is the poverty which necessitates his starting in life under very great disadvantages. Poverty is one of the best tests of human quality in existence. A triumph over it is like graduating with honor from West Point. It demonstrates stuff and stamina. It is a certificate of worthy labor faithfully performed. A young man who cannot stand this test is not good for anything. He can never rise above a drudge or a pauper. If he cannot feel his will harden as the yoke of poverty presses upon him, and his pluck rise with every difficulty that poverty throws in his way, he may as well withdraw from the conflict, since his defeat is already assured. Poverty saves 1,000 times more men than it ruins, for it only ruins those who are not worth saving, while it saves multitudes of those whom wealth would have ruined. It is of decided advantage for a man to be under the necessity of having to struggle with poverty and conquer it. He who has battled, says Carlyle, were it only with poverty and toil, will be found stronger and more expert than he who could stay at home from the battle. It is not prosperity so much as adversity, not wealth so much as poverty, that stimulates the perseverance of strong and healthy natures, rouses their energy, and develops their character. Indeed, misfortune and poverty have frequently converted the indolent votary of society into a useful member of the community, and made him a moving power in the great workshop of the world, teaching men and developing the powers which nature has bestowed on them. Poverty is the great test of civility and the touchstone of friendship. Amid the poverty and privation of the humblest homes are often found scenes of magnanimity and self-denial as utterly beyond the belief as it is the practices of the great and rich. Acts of self-denial, kindness, and generosity, which borrow no support either from the gaze of the many or the admiration of the few, yet giving daily exhibitions of its strength and constancy. It is the great privilege of poverty to be happy and unenvied, to be healthy without physic, secure without a guard, and to obtain from the bounty of nature what the great and wealthy are compelled to procure by the help of art. Few are the real wants and necessities of mankind. Some men with thousands a year suffer more for want of means than others with only hundreds. The reason is found in the artificial wants of the former. Though his income is great, his wants are still greater, and as a consequence his income is not equal to his outgo. There are many wealthy people who of course enjoy their wealth, but there are thousands who never know a moment's peace because they live above their means. He who earns but $1 a day and does not run in debt is a happier man. The great secret of being solvent and well-to-do and comfortable is to get ahead of your expenses. Eat and drink this month what you earned last month, not what you are going to earn the next. Poverty may be a bitter draught, yet it is often a tonic, strengthening all the powers of manhood. Though the drinker makes a wry face, there is, after all, a wholesome goodness in the cup. But debt, however courteously it may be offered, is the cup of a siren, and the wine, spiced and delicious though it may be, is poison. The man out of debt, though with a flaw in his jerkin and a hole in his hat, is still the son of liberty, free as the singing bird above him. But the debtor, although clothed in the utmost bravery, what is he but a serf out upon a holiday, a slave to be reclaimed at every instant by his owner, the creditor? Poverty is never felt so severely as by those who have seen better days. The poverty of the poor has many elements of hardness, but it is endurable, and is developing their strength and endurance. The poverty of the formerly affluent is indeed hard. It avoids the light of day and shuns the sympathy of those who would relieve its wants. It preys upon the heart and corrodes the mind. The sunshine of life is gone, and it requires a strong mind to resolutely set about to mend the impaired fortune. It is the misfortune of many young persons to-day that they begin life with too many advantages. Every possible want of their many-sided nature is supplied before it is consciously felt. Books, teachers, mental and religious training, lectures, amusements, clothes, and food, all of the best quality, and without stint in quantity. In short, the pick of the world's good things, and help of every kind, are lavished upon them, till satiety results and all ambition is extinguished. What motive has a young man for whom life is thus thrice winnowed to exert himself? Having supped full of life's sweets, he finds them palling on his taste. Having done nothing to earn its good things, he cannot appreciate their value. Like a hothouse plant, grown weak and spindling through too much shelter and watching, he needs nothing so much as to be set in the open air of the world, and to grow strong with struggling for existence. It is a fact that the working, successful men of to-day were once industrious, self-reliant boys. And the same thing will be repeated, for from the ranks of the hard-working, economical, temperate, and self-reliant boys of to-day will emanate the progressive, prominent men of the future. All boys should grow up strong as steel bars, fighting their way to an education, and then, when they are all ready, plunging into real life. The majority of the men of mark in this country are not the sons of those whose fathers could give them all they want, and much more than they should have, but are those who were brought up in cottages and cabins, cutting their way through difficulties on every side to their present commanding position. Of all poverty, that of the mind is the most deplorable, and it is, at the same time, without excuse. Every one who wills it can lay in a rich store of mental wealth. The poor man's purse may be empty, but he has as much gold in the sunset and as much silver in the moon as anybody. Wealth of heart is not dependent upon wealth of purse. Home comfort and happiness does not depend upon elegance of surroundings, but it is found in the spirit presiding over the household. This is the spirit of loving kindness, and is as apt to dwell with poverty as with wealth. Thus the evils of poverty are much exaggerated, and the evils, if evils they be, are, after all, for our own ultimate good. End of section 89. Recording by Laura Langston.
The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S.C. Ferguson. Affliction. There is an elasticity to the human mind, capable of bearing much, but which will not show itself until a certain weight of affliction be put upon it. Fear not the darkness, saith the Persian proverb. It conceals perhaps the springs of the water of life. Experience is often bitter, but wholesome. Only by its teachings can we learn to suffer and be strong. Character in its highest forms is disciplined by trial and made perfect through suffering. Even from the deepest sorrow, the patient and thoughtful mind will gather a richer meed than pleasure ever yielded. Bereavement. Think it not unkind when afflictions befall thee. It is all for the best that they are sent. God calls those whom he loveth, and why should he not claim his own jewels to shine in his house, though our own be made dreary? It may seem hard under such circumstances to say that it is all for the best. The human heart is prone to give over to grief and lamentations. But wait, soon, when like the tired pilgrim thou shalt fall sick and weary, he will take you home to rejoice in finding friends from whom you have been separated. Then how true will be the saying that it was all for the best. Sad accidents and a state of affliction are a school of virtue. It reduces our spirits to soberness and our counsels to moderation. It corrects levity. God, who governs the world in mercy and wisdom, never would have suffered the virtuous ones to endure so many keen afflictions, did he not intend that they should be the seminary of comfort, the nursery of virtue, the exercise of wisdom and the trial of patience, the venturing for a crown and the gate of glory. Much of the most useful work done by men and women has been done amidst afflictions, sometimes as a relief from it, sometimes as a sense of duty overpowering personal sorrow. Adversity is the touchstone of character. As some herbs need to be crushed to give forth their sweetest odors, so some natures need to be tried by suffering to evoke the excellence that is in them. Grief is a common bond that unites hearts. It can knit hearts closer than happiness can, and common sufferings are far stronger links than common joys. The visitations of sorrow are universal. There beats not a heart but that it has felt the force of affliction. There is not an eye but has witnessed many scenes of sorrow. They are always impaired by sorrow who are not thereby improved. Some natures are like grapes. The more they are downtrodden, the richer tribute they supply. It may be affirmed substantially that good men reap more real benefit from their affliction than bad men do from their prosperities. For what they lose in wealth, pleasure, or honor, they gain in wisdom and tranquillity of mind. No creature would be more unhappy, said Demetrius, than a man who had never known affliction. The best need afflictions for the trial of their virtue. How can we exercise the grace of contentment if all things succeed well, or that of forgiveness if we have no enemies? At a superficial view, it appears that adversity happens to all alike, without regard to rank or condition. The good are apparently as little favored by fortune in this respect as the bad, the high as the humble. People are continually rising and falling in all the grades of society. We often see men of high expectations suddenly cut down and left to struggle with despair and ruin. If the happiness of mankind depended upon the caprice of fortune, their condition would be wretched. But it is possible to possess a mind which will not lose its tranquillity in the severest adversity, or at least such a one as, being disturbed and deprived of its wonted serenity by a sudden calamity, will recover in a short period, and assume its native buoyancy by the shock which it has experienced. How uncertain is human life! There is but a breath of air and a beat of a heart betwixt this world and the next. In the brief interval of painful and awful suspense, while we feel that death is present with us, we are powerless, and he all-powerful. The last faint pulsation here is but the prelude of endless joys hereafter. In the midst of the stunning calamity about to befall us, when death is in the family circle, and some loved one is about to be taken from us, we feel as if earth had no compensating good to mitigate the severity of our loss. But we forget that there is no grief without some beneficent provisions to soften its intensities. Thus, in the presence of death, there is also a consolation. Has the life been stormy? There is now rest, rest for the troubled heart and the weary head, and it can be known only by experience with what a longing many hearts thus look forward to the rest of death. Many whom the world regards as peculiarly blessed by Providence, carrying with them such corroding, anxious cares that it is with a feeling of relief that they contemplate the approach of death. To them, death comes in its most beautiful form. He borrows the garb of gentle sleep, lays down his iron scepter, and his cold hand falls as warm as the hand of friendship over the weary heart now ceasing to beat. Grief or misfortune seems to be indispensable to the development of intelligence, energy, and virtue. The trials to which humanity are subject are necessary to draw them from their lethargy, to disclose their character. Afflictions even have the effect of eliciting talents, which in prosperous circumstances would have lain dormant. Suffering, indeed, seems to have been as divinely appointed as joy, while it is much more influential as a discipline of character. Suffering may be the appointed means by which the highest nature of man is to be disciplined and developed. Sometimes a heartbreak rouses an impassive nature to life. "What does he know," said a sage, "who has not suffered?" No soul is so obscure that God does not take thought for its schooling. The sun is the central light of the solar system, but it has a mission to the ripening corn and the purpling clusters on the vine, as well as the ponderous planet. The sunshine that comes filtering through the morning mists with healing on its wings, and charming all the birds to singing, should have also a message from God to sad hearts. No soul is so grief-laden that it may not be lifted to sources of heavenly comfort by recognizing the divine love in the perpetual recurrence of earthly blessings. Afflictions sent by Providence must be submitted to in a humble spirit, otherwise they will not conduce to lasting good. The same furnace that hardens clay liquefies gold, and the manifestation of divine power. Pharaoh found his punishment, but David his pardon. As the musician straineth at his strings, and yet breaketh none of them, but maketh thereby a sweeter melody, a better concord, so God through affliction makes his own better unto the fruition and enjoyment of the life to come. Afflictions are the medicine of the mind. If they are not toothsome, let it suffice that they are wholesome. It is not required in physic that it should please, but that it should heal. Let one of our loved ones be taken away, and memory recalls 1,000 sayings to regret. Death quickens recollection painfully. The grave cannot hide the white face of the one who sleeps. The coffin and the green mound are cruel magnets. They draw us further than we would go. They force us to remember. A man never sees so far into human life as when he looks over a wife's or a mother's grave. His eyes get wondrous clear then, and he sees as never before what it is to love and be loved, what it is to injure the feelings of the beloved. When death comes into a household, we do not philosophize, we only feel. The eyes that are full of tears do not see, though in the course of time they come to see more clearly and brightly than those that have never known sorrow. Perhaps the heaviest affliction of life is that of the mother who lost a child. As the waters roll in on shore with incessant throbs, not alone when storms prevail, but in calms as well, so it is with a mother's heart bereaved of her children. Death always speaks with a voice of instruction and reproof. But when the first death happens in a home, it speaks with a voice which scarcely any other form of tribulation can equal. Some of the saddest experiences of life come without premonition. Yesterday life went well. Hope was in the ascendant. It was easy to be content. Today all is reversed. The crushed heart can scarcely lift itself to pray. Speech seems paralyzed. It seems cruel that such calamity should be permitted when we might have been so happy. Was there not some way by which it could have been avoided? What are life's compensations now? What are its ambitions worth in the face of this? In a great affliction there is no light, either in the mind or in the sun. For when the inward light is fed with fragrant oil, there can be no darkness, though clouds should cover the sun. But when, like a sacred lamp in the temple, the inward light is quenched, there is no light outwardly, though 1,000 suns should preside in the heavens. Why should body and soul be plunged into sorrow's dungeon when God sees fit to afflict? Is not the world as bright as of yore? Are there not still some happy phases to life's weary pilgrimage? We should not complain of oppression, but with submission and love perform the duties of life. And though sorrow and grief come, we must not let darkness obscure the talents which God has given to promote our own and others' happiness, or bury them with the brighter past, but nobly use them and count all sorrow as naught in comparison with the future great reward of right actions. After this life of sorrow and pain, where we are continually weighted down with care, there is a home of perpetual rest, the streets of which are thronged with an angelic host, who, with songs on their lips and with harps in their hands, tell neither the sorrow nor grief which perhaps wasted their lives. To bear the ills of life patiently is one of the noblest virtues, and one that requires as vigorous an exercise of the will as to resent the encroachments of wrong. End of section 90.
The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S. C. Ferguson. Section 91. Disappointments. It is sometimes of God's mercy that men in the eager pursuit of ambitious plans are baffled, for they are very like a train on down grade. Pulling on the brake is not pleasant, but it keeps the car on the track. We mount to heaven mostly on the ruins of our cherished schemes, finding in our failures our real successes. Disappointments seem to be the lot of man, from the little child with golden hair attempting to catch the glancing sunbeams to the old man who, with whitened locks and bent frame, pursues some scheme of wealth. Disappointment is the almost inevitable consequence. Well it is for us that the future is veiled from our eyes, else we would weary of the trials and allurements that make up the sum of our existence. The child looks forward to manhood. His dreams are speculative. The man looks back to childhood and thinks of the happy days of old. From the time he sits on his mother's knee, with the sunlight streaming in through the open window, until the last hours of life, when the sunlight glances in through closed shutters, he is playing with shadows. And one of the saddest thoughts that come to us in life is the thought that in this bright, beautiful, joy-giving world of ours there are so many shadowed lives. If disappointment came only to the lot of the sinning, even then we might drop a tear over him whose errors wrought their own recompense. But it is not so. The most pure lives are sometimes those that are the fullest of disappointments. With one it is the wreck of a great ambition. He has builded his ship, and launched it on the sea of life freighted with the richest jewels of his strength and manhood. Behold, it comes back to him beaten, battered, and torn by the fury of the gale, the wreck of a first trial. Many are disappointed because they do not look for happiness and success either in the right spirit or by the proper methods. There is a legend told of a knight who, in the brave days of old, journeyed far away in search of the Holy Grail. He engaged in great pursuits. He sought the most arduous undertakings, but failing to seek in the right spirit his search and his efforts were in vain. At length, wearied and disappointed, he sought his native land. Here in the work of daily trifling duties, humbly seeking to do what was right, he unexpectedly found that for which he had so long searched. In life we all seek happiness and success. There is but one way in which we can succeed. When we admit that happiness is but a state of the mind and that success is the faithful performance of known duties, then shall we acquire both. Though we may wander the wide world over and gather wealth and fame, they will be found impotent to confer happiness, and life to us will seem full of disappointments. But it is so simply because we fail to seek for life in that spirit of quiet content which alone conducts us to its portals. It never yet happened to any man since the beginning of the world, nor ever will, to have all things according to his desires, and there never was any one yet to whose fortune was not at some time opposite and adverse. Those who risk nothing can, of course, lose nothing. Sowing no hopes, they can not suffer from the blight of disappointment. But let him who is enlisted for the war expect to meet the foe. It is with life's troubles as with the risks of the battlefield. There is always less of aggregate danger to the party who stands firm than to the one who gives way. To give way to disappointments is to invite defeat. To bravely cast about for means to resist them is to put them to fight, and out of temporary misfortune to lay the foundation of a more glorious success. Send disappointments to the winds. Take life as it is, and with a strong will make it as near what it should be as possible. Dark and full of disappointments may be our lot, and we may not be able to fathom the reason for them. But if we can only bring ourselves to see that they are for our good, that we need their chastening influence, all will be well in the end. In the trials of life we must look more for consolation within than from without. The surest consolations of life are those which we thus derive from our own thoughts. For this end matters not so much whether we spend time in study or toil. The thoughts of the mind should go out and reach after higher good. In this manner we may improve ourselves till our thoughts come to be the sweet companions that shall lead us along the paths of virtue. Thus we may grow better within, whilst the cares of life, the losses and the disappointments lose their sharp thorns, and the journey of life be made comparatively pleasant and happy. It is generally known that he who expects much will be often disappointed, yet disappointment seldom cures us of expectations. It is human to err, so it is the lot of mortals to be disappointed, for never yet did error secure the end wished. It is, however, the better philosophy to take things calmly and endeavor to be content with our lot. We may at least add some rays of sunshine to our path if we earnestly endeavor to dispel the clouds of discontent that may arise in our bosom, and by so doing enjoy more fully the bountiful blessing that God gives to his humblest creatures. The great secret of avoiding disappointment is not to expect too much. Despair follows immoderate hopes. As the higher a body rises, the heavier it falls to the ground. Time is the great consoler of the world, inasmuch as he hails our sorrows and trials. But time, in dashing to pieces our most cherished plans and brightest dreams, also brings us to many disappointments, which in turn disappear with the passage of years. While sagacity contrives, patience matures, and labor industriously executes, disappointment laughs at the curious fabric formed by so many efforts and gay with so many brilliant colors, and when the artist imagines the work arrived at the moment of completion, brushes away the beautiful fabric and leaves nothing behind. We thus see that life is indeed a variegated scene, full of trials and full of joys, bright dreams, some fulfilled, more disappointed. What is the lesson for us to learn from this? Perhaps the truest philosophy is not to expect much, to be moderate in our plans and hopes. In youth especially are we apt to be over sanguine. Reflect that life is full of disappointments, that it is vain for you to expect to escape them, but also learn to go forward with a brave face. You may fail, but from this failure you can organize future success. Because disappointment in one particular plan, it is no reason why you should abandon all plans, and settle down to the conviction that life itself is a failure. Show yourself a man, and rise superior to misfortune, and you will be rewarded by a final victory made more glorious by temporary discouragement, just as the sun bursting from behind the clouds lights up the landscape with a more glorious light because of the storms of the morning. End of section 91. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC.
The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S.C. Ferguson. Section 92. Failure. It is a mistake to suppose that men succeed through success. They much oftener succeed through failure. By far the best experience of men, experience from which they gain the most of lasting value, is gathered from their failures in their dealings with others in the affairs of life. Such failures for sensible men incite to better self-management and greater tact and self-control as a means of avoiding them in the future. Ask the successful businessman and he'll tell you that he learned the secret of success through being baffled, defeated, thwarted, and circumvented far more than from his successes. Precept, study, advice, and example could never have taught them so well as failure has done. It has disciplined and taught them what to do as well as what not to do, and this latter is often of more importance than the former. Many have to make up their minds to encounter failure again and again before they finally succeed. But if they have pluck, the failure will only serve to rouse their energies and stimulate them to renewed efforts. Failure in one direction has sometimes had the effect of forcing the far-seeing student to apply himself in another, which latter application has in many instances proven to be in just the line that they were fitted for. No one can tell how many of the world's most brilliant geniuses have succeeded because of their first failures. Failures, in many instances, are only means that Providence takes to work an otherwise too pliable disposition into one fitted to confront the stern duties of life. Even as steel is tempered by heat, and through much hammering and changing of original form is at last wrought into useful articles, so in the history of many men do we find that they were tempered in the furnace of trials and affliction, and only through failures in first attempts were at length fitted for the ultimate success that crowned their efforts. They are doubly in error who suffer themselves to give up the battle at one or even two successive failures. As in the military field he is the greater general who from defeat organizes ultimate victory, so in the battle of life he is the true hero who, even while smarting under the sting of present failure, lays his plans and summons his forces for a triumphant victory. We must not allow our jaundiced views to prevail over our knowledge of men and affairs. The world is not coming to an end, nor society going to destruction, because our petty plans have miscarried. The present failure should only teach you to be more wary in the future, and thus will you gather a rich harvest as the final outcome of your efforts. Above all, do not sink into apathy and despair. Arouse yourself and do not allow your best years to slip past because you have not succeeded as you thought you would. Is not the sun as bright, nature as smiling as before? Why then do you go about as if all hope had fled? Know you not that in the reproof of chance lies the true proof of men? As in the physical world, disease is but the effort nature makes to remove some pressing evil, so failure should be but the methods whereby we are enabled to eliminate those traits of character which are a hindrance to our lasting success. As the inventor subjects his production to the most rigorous tests in order that inherent defects may become known and, if possible, remedied, even so does Providence, in subjecting us to great trials, discover to us by our failures wherein we lack. And we are remiss in duty to ourselves, do we not most earnestly endeavor to improve by these tests? The man who never failed is a myth. Such a one never lived, and is never likely to. All success is a series of efforts, in which, when closely viewed, are to be seen more or less failures. These efforts are ofttimes not visible to the naked eye, but each individual heart is painfully conscious of how many of its most cherished plans ended only in failures. If you fail now and then, do not be discouraged. Bear in mind that it's only the part and experience of every successful man. We might even go farther and say that the most successful men often have the most failures. These failures, which, to the feeble, are mere stumbling blocks, to the strong serve to remove the scales from their eyes, so that they now see clearer and go on their way with a firmer tread and a more determined mien, and compel life to yield to them its most enduring trophies. The weakling goes no farther than his first failure. He lags behind and subsides into a life of discontent and vain regrets. And so, by this winnowing process, the number of the athletes is restricted to few, and there is clear space in the arena for those who determinedly press on. There can hardly be found a successful man who will not admit that he was made so by failure, and that what he once thought his hard fate was in reality his good fortune. Success cannot be gained by a hop, skip, and a jump, but by arduous passages of gallant perseverance, toilsome efforts, long sustained, and most of all by repeated failure. For the failures are but stepping stones, or, at the worst, non-attainment of the desired end before the time. If success were to crown your efforts now, where would be the great success of the future? It is the brave resolution to do better next time that lays the substrata of all real greatness. Many a prominent reputation has been destroyed by early success. Too often the effect of such success is to sap the energies. Imagining fame or fortune to be won, future efforts are remitted. Relying on the fame of past achievements, the fact is overlooked that it is labor alone that renders any success certain. And so, by the remission of labor and energy, disgrace or failure awakens him from his delusive dreams, but alas, in how many instances the awakening comes too late. There is no more prolific source of repining and discontent in life than that found in looking back upon past mistakes. We are fond of persuading ourselves and others that had others acted differently, our whole course in life would have been one of unmixed success instead of the partial failure that it so often appears. If we would only look on the past mistakes in the right spirit, in the spirit of humility, and with a desire to learn from past errors, it would be well, but the error men make in this review is in attributing the failures to circumstances instead of to character. They see the mistakes which lie on the surface, but fail to trace them back to the source from whence they spring. The truth is that even trifling circumstances are occasions for bringing out the predominant traits of character. They are tests of the nature and quality of the man rather than the causes of future success or failure. None can tell how weighty may be the results of even trivial actions, nor how much of the future is bound up in our everyday decisions. Chances are lost, opportunities wasted, advisers ill chosen, and disastrous speculations undertaken. But there is nothing properly accidental in these steps. They are to be regarded as the results of unbalanced characters, as much as the cause of future misery. The disposition of mind that led to these errors would certainly, under other circumstances, have led to different but not less lamentable results. We see clearly in judging others, we attribute their mischances without compunction to the faults we see in them, and sometimes even make cruel mistakes in our investigation. But in reviewing our own course, Self draws a veil over our imperfections, and we persuade ourselves that mistakes or unfortunate circumstances are the entire cause of all our misfortunes. It is true that no circumstances are always favorable, no training perfectly judicious, no friend wholly wise, yet he who is always shifting the blame to his failures upon these external causes is the very man who has the most reason to trace them to his own inherent weakness or demerits. It is questionable whether the habit of looking much at mistakes, even of our own, is a very profitable one. It might be rendered of use were we only to do so in the proper spirit. Certainly the practice of mourning over and bewailing them, and charging upon them all the evils that afflict us, is the most injurious to our future course, and the greatest hindrance to any real improvement of character. Acting from impulse and not from reason is one of the chief causes of these mistakes, and if any will avoid them in the future they must test all their sudden impulses by the searching and penetrating ordeal of their best judgment before acting upon them. Above all, the steady formation of virtuous habits, the subjection of all actions to principles rather than to policy, the firm and unyielding adherence to duty as far as it is known, are the best safeguards against mistakes in life. Who lives that has not, during his life, aspired to something that he was unable to reach? The sorrows of mankind may all be traced to blighted hopes. Like frost upon the green leaves comes the chilling conviction that our hopes are forever dead. We may live, but he who has placed his whole mind on the attainment of some object and fails to reach it, life to him seems a burden, a weary burden. To youth, blighted hopes come like the cold dew of the evening upon the flowers. The sun next morning banishes the dew, and the flower is brighter and purer from its momentary affliction. Sorrow purifies the heart of youth as the rain purifies the growing plant. But to the man of mature years, the blighting of cherished hopes falls with a chilling effect. It is hard to proceed as though nothing had happened, to cheerfully take up life's load, yet such is the course of true manhood. This is the inheritance of life, the test of character. Our world presents a strangely different aspect according to the different moods in which it is viewed. To him whose efforts have been crowned with success, it is superlatively beautiful. To him whose life has known no care, it appears to be filled with all manner of comfortable things. To those who pine in sickness and suffering, the unfortunate, and those whose efforts have ended only in failure, it most truthfully seems to be a vale of tears, and human life itself a bubble raised from those tears, and inflated with sighs, which, after floating a little while, decked, it may be, with a few gaudy colors from the hand of fortune, is at last touched by the hand of death, and dissolves. He who has a stout heart will do stout-hearted actions, actions which, however unconscious the doer may be of the fact, cannot fail to have something of immortality in their essence, something that in all coming time will preserve alive their memory long after the valiant doer has lain in dust. Such a man will not be daunted by difficulties. Opposition will but serve as fuel to the fire which feeds the spirit of self-reliance within him, stimulating him to still greater efforts, and in fact creating opportunities for them. And though in the nature of things failure must often be his portion, still they'll nerve him anew for the struggles of active life, and endow him with courage to meet the further disappointments which past experience will have taught him are likely to be his lot. Neither will he, in his efforts to attain some great end, to bring to happy accomplishment some noble work, be daunted by the reflection that he can never be sure of success, even in enterprises springing from the highest motives and steadfastly pursued at the cost of all that is dearest. To him it will suffice that the end he has in view is the right one, and that if he is not destined to accomplish it eventually, it must triumph. With prophetic eye he looks forward to the dawning of the time, when long after he has been called hence, posterity shall enter into his labor and eat of the fruit of the tree that he has planted. End of section 92.
The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S.C. Ferguson, Section 93, Despondency. Quote, "The darkest day, live till tomorrow, will have passed away." End quote. There are dark hours that mark the history of the brightest years, for not a whole month in any one of 1,000 of the past, perhaps, has the sun shone brightly all the time, and there have been cold and stormy days in every year, and yet the mists and shadows of the darkest hours were dissipated and flitted heedlessly away. In a wide world also we have the overshadowing of dark hours. There have been hours of despondency when Shakespeare thought himself no poet, and Raphael no painter, when the greatest wits doubted the excellence of their happiest efforts. But we also have bright days to offset the sad ones, though there are the dark ones, when the fire will neither burn in our hearths nor our hearts, and all without and within is dismal and dark. There come days when we rejoice in the brightness of hope and prosperity. It is human nature to look upon only the bright and cheery scenes of life, to forget its trials and storms in light of the present. But let us not forget that there will come other moments when the eye will be less calm, the cheek less bright, and the tongue less silent. The brain will be full of imaginings, pensive and sad, its inmost springs less elastic and buoyant. Despondency, too long continued, gives place to despair. No calamity can produce such a paralysis of the mind. It is the capstone of the climax of human misery. The mental powers are frozen with indifference, the heart becomes ossified of melancholy, the soul is shrouded in a cloud of gloom. No words of consolation, no cheerful repartee can break the death-like calm. No love can warm the pent-up heart, no sunbeam dispel the dark cloud. Time may effect a change. Death will break the monotony. We can extend our kindness, but we cannot relieve the victim. We may trace the cause of this awful disease. God only can effect a cure. We may speculate upon its nature, but cannot feel its force until its iron hand is laid upon us. We may call it weakness, but cannot prove or demonstrate the proposition. We may call it folly, but can point to no frivolity to sustain our position. We may call it madness, but can discover no manic action. We may call it stubbornness, but can see no exhibition of indocility. We may call it lunacy, but cannot perceive the incoherence of that unfortunate condition. We can properly call it nothing but dark, gloomy despair, and inexpressible numbness of all the sensibilities rendering a man happy. It is, indeed, a happy providence that has given to mankind a bright, shining sun of hope to dispel the gloom of despondency. We have all seen the sun burst from behind the clouds and light up a storm-swept landscape. Even so, when the hand of misfortune has darkened our brightest prospects, and swept away our sunlit dreams of future happiness, has some unseen monitor inspired our drooping spirit with hope, and bid us struggle on, and as we look forward into the future, fancy points us to a brighter day dawning, when the soul is often bowed down with the weight of its own sorrows, and the heart is well nigh crushed. Even some faint glimmering of a happier future steals upon it like a rainbow of light. It is to be feared that many do not as resolutely fight against fits of despondency as they might. Many fits of the blues need to be but resolutely contended against, and they will disappear. Harbored, they will grow into despondency and despair. It is worthwhile to remember that fortune is like the skies in April, sometimes clouded and sometimes clear and favorable, and it would be folly to despair of again seeing the sun because the day is stormy. So it is equally unwise to sink into despondency when fortune frowns, since in the common course of things she may be surely expected to smile again. Life is a warfare, and he who easily desponds deserts a double duty. He betrays the noblest property of man, his dauntless resolution, and he rejects the providence of God, who guides and rules the universe. There is but one way to look at fate, whatever that may be, whether blessings or afflictions, to behave with dignity under both. We must not lose heart, or it will be the worse, both for ourselves and for those whom we love. To struggle, and again to renew the conflict, this is life's inheritance. Do not, then, allow yourself to sink into despondency. Man is born a hero, and it is only by darkness and storms that heroism gains its greatest and best development in illustrations. Then it kindles the black cloud into a blaze of glory, and the storm bears it to its destiny. Despair not, then. Mortifying failures may attend this effort and that one, but only be honest and struggle on, and it will all work out right in the end. Do not make the mistake, either, of supposing that despondency is a state of humility. On the contrary, it is the vexation and despair of a cowardly pride, Nothing is worse. Whether we stumble or whether we fall, we must only think of rising again and going on in our course. Do your work, then. Only let it be a noble one. Be faithful to your trust. If you have but one talent, improve it. Do not bury it in the earth because you have not 10. Toil steadily and hopefully on, for life is too short to admit of delay or despondency. Let those who are in sorrow remember that deliverance may be coming, though they see it not. Your days may wear more gold in the morning, and more at night, though midday may be full of snow. God may be gracious, though he comes to us robed in darkness and clothed in storms. It is the journey of release toward spring, when winter is coldest and darkest. Despondency is but the shadow of too much happiness thrown by our spirits upon the sunshiny side of life. Look up, and God will give you a song in your heart instead of a tear in your eye. Causeless depression of spirits is not to be reasoned with, nor can even David's harp charm its way by sweet discoursings. As well fight with the mists as with this shapeless, undefinable, yet all-beclouding hopelessness. Yet we are familiar with many such instances in practical, everyday life. Many who have much to be thankful for are full of complaint. Such disposition is no less unfortunate than it is reprehensible. They make miserable not only their own life, but also the lives of those with whom they are in daily contact. No doubt the one given over to causeless melancholy feels a full weight of sorrow, and those who laugh at his grief, could they but experience it, would quickly be sobered into compassion. What is wanted is a firm reliance on Providence, and a determination to do your duty, then go forward bravely and cheerfully, resolutely fight against this disposition. Your life will be much happier. The trouble is that many of us, when we are under any affliction, are troubled with a certain malicious melancholy. We only dwell and pore upon the sad and dark occurrences of Providence, but never take notice of the more benign and bright ones. Our way in this world is, like a walk under a row of trees, checkered with light and shade, and, because we cannot all along walk in the sunshine, we therefore perversely fix upon the darker passages, and so lose all comfort of the cheering ones. We are like froward children, who, if you take one of their playthings from them, throw away all the rest in spite. What a pitiable confession is this of human weakness! Let us, then, strive against such a spirit of despondency. Even when the way before us is both dark and drear, it is worse than useless to give way to despondency. Think not that you are forsaken. You have much still to make life enjoyable. Energy and proper application may recover what you have lost. Take heart. Pluck up courage. Give not over to despondency. By resolutely confronting the evils of life, they will lose their force. End of section 93. Despondency. Recording by Victoria Wilson. This recording is in the public domain.
The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S.C. Ferguson. Section 94. Faith. Faith is the subtle chain that binds us to the infinite, the voice of a deep life within that will remain until we crowd it thence. Faith is the true prophet of the soul, and ever beholds spiritual life, spiritual relations, labors, and joys. Its office is to teach man that he is a spiritual being, that he has an inward life enshrined in this material encasement, an immortal gem set now in an earthly casket. It assures man that he lives not for this life alone, but for another superior to this, more glorious and real. It teaches that God is a spirit, and seeks to worship him as such. It dignifies humanity with immortality. It dwells ever upon an unseen world, announcing always that unseen realities are eternal. A living, active faith is not only a necessity, if we would reap great good, but it is so founded on the nature of things that it is natural for men to have a faith in the promises of others. It is only from experience that the little child learns to distrust others. Then there is the faith in one's own powers. This is as necessary a form of faith as any, and where not allowed to degenerate into egotism, is a most beneficent form of faith. Its true foundation is the same as any faith, that is, reliance on God's promises. As ye sow, so shall ye reap. Hence, relying on this, and putting forth the necessary exertions, why not confidently expect a fulfillment of the promise? This is the germ of all true self-confidence. A true faith we can somehow reach all through life, and it will bring to the soul a rich meed of consolation, even in the shades of life. We can cherish a sure hope about our future, and the future of those that belong to us, a sunny, eager onlooking toward the fulfillment of all the promises God has written on our nature. We should have faith in the ultimate triumph of the good and the true. It is quite the fashion of the times to lament over the degeneracy of the present, and to think of the palmy day long since past. We have indeed read history to but little account do we not realize that the world is growing better, and feel confident of the ultimate triumph of the forces of good. Life grows darker as we go on, till only one pure light is left shining on it, and that is faith. Old age, like solitude and sorrow, has its revelations. It is then that we perceive the hollowness and emptiness of many of the bubbles we have been pursuing. Fortunate is he who in that hour can rest down on the promise of God with a steadfast faith. When in your last hour all faculty in your broken spirit shall fade away, and sink into inanity, imagination, thought, effort, enjoyment, all fade away, then will the flower of belief, which blossoms even in the night, remain to refresh you with its fragrance in the last darkness. Morality as a guiding light to man sometimes conduces to noble ends. It is sometimes so resplendent as to make a man walk through life amid glory and acclamation. But it is apt to burn very dimly and low when carried into the valley of the shadow of death. But faith is like the evening star shining into our souls. The more gloomy is the night of death in which they sink. Surrounded by friends and the comforts of life, morality appears sufficient. But when the storms of life blow upon us, when we see how necessary to us is a faith in God's word and his promises, its light only is capable of dispelling the gloom of our surroundings. Never yet did there exist a full faith which did not expand the intellect while it purified the heart, which did not multiply the aims and objects of the understanding while it fixed and simplified those of the desires and passions. Faith often builds in the dungeon and lazar house its sublimest shrine, and up through roofs of stone that shut out the eye of heaven ascend the ladder of prayer, where the angels glide to and fro. Faith is the key that unlocks the cabinet of God's treasures, the messenger from the celestial world to bring all the supplies that we need. It converses with angels and antedates the hymns of glory. To every man this grace is certain, that there are glories for him if he walks by faith and perseveres in duty. Faith is a homely, private capital, as there are public savings banks and poor funds, out of which in times of need we can relieve the necessities of individuals, so here the faithful take their coin in peace. A Christian builds his fortitude on a better foundation than stoicism. He is pleased with everything that happens, because he knows it could not have happened unless it first pleased God, and that which pleases him must be the best. He is assured that no new thing can befall him, and that he is in the hands of the Father, who will prove him with no affliction that resignation cannot conquer, or that death cannot cure. In the darkest night faith sees a star, in the times of greatest need finds a helping hand, and in the times of sorest trouble hears a sympathizing voice. Judge not a man by his outward manifestation of faith. For some there are who trembling reach out shaking hands to the guidance of faith; others who stoutly venture in the dark their human confidence, the leader which they mistake for faith; some whose hope totters upon crutches; others who stalk into futurity upon stilts. Faith is not an exotic that grows in but one clime. The snows of an eternal winter cannot quench its fire, neither can the glow of a tropical sun destroy its life and freshness. In the palace of the king or the hut of the peasant, in the homes of the rich or the cabins of the poor, it emits its fragrance with equal powers to please. It is as necessary to the learned as to the ignorant. and comforts alike the declining years of the sage and him who never knew the value of education. As the flower is before the fruit, so is faith before good works. He who has strong faith will show his faith by his works. If he has faith in himself, he shows it by ambitious plans, resolves, and endeavors. A true faith is necessary to enable us to make the most of life and its possibilities. We need a faith in our fellow men. In all the ordinary business transactions we must exercise this virtue or accomplish nothing. Did you ever reflect what this world would be were all faith destroyed? Faith and confidence are synonymous terms. What a wilderness would this be were the confidence which exists between husband and wife destroyed, or did not mutual confidence exist between the members of the same family circle? Home would cease to be home. Family ties would prove to be bonds of straw. Communities could not be held together. The vast fabric of society would dissolve, and smiling countries would once more be the abode of savages. Too great a confidence bespeaks a trusting simplicity suited only for childish years. But an utterly incredulous nature, refusing to believe unless supported by the evidence of his own senses, as certainly portrays the selfish, narrow, and bigoted nature as that fields of waving grain are proof positive of fertile soil, the shining sun, and the early and later rain. End of section 94. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S. C. Ferguson. Section 95. Worship. Prayer is the key to open the day, and the bolt to shut in the night. But as the sky drops the early dew and the evening dew upon the grass, yet it would not spring and grow green by that constant and double falling of the dew, unless some great shower at certain seasons did supply the rest. So the customary devotion of prayer twice a day is the falling of the early and the latter dew. But if you will increase and flourish in works of grace, empty the great clouds sometimes, and let it fall in full shower of prayer. Choose out seasons when prayer shall overflow like Jordan in times of harvest. Real inward devotion knows no prayer but that arising from the depths of its own feeling. Perfect prayer, without a spot or blemish, though not a word be spoken, and no phrases known to mankind be uttered, always plucks the heart out of the earth, and moves it softly like a censer to and fro beneath the face of heaven. A good man's prayer will, from the deepest dungeon, climb heaven's height and bring a blessing down. Prayer is the wing wherewith the soul flies to heaven, and meditation the eye wherewith we see God. He that acts towards men as if God saw him, and prays to God as if men heard him, although he may not obtain all that he asks, or succeed in all that he undertakes, will most probably deserve to do so. For with respect to his actions toward men, however much he may fail with regard to others, yet if pure and good with regard to himself and his highest interests they cannot fail. And with respect to his prayers to God, though they cannot make the Deity more willing to give, yet they will and must make the suppliant more worthy to receive. Between the humble and contrite heart and the majesty of heaven there are no barriers. The only password is prayer. Prayer is a shield to the sword, a sacrifice to God, and a scourge to Satan. Prayer has the right to the word ineffable. It is an hour of outpouring which words cannot express, of that interior speech which we do not articulate even when we employ it. The very cry of distress is an involuntary appeal to that invisible power whose aid the soul invokes. Our prayer and God's mercy are like two buckets in a well. While one ascends, the other descends. For the most part we should pray rather in aspiration than petition, rather by hoping than requesting, in which spirit also we may breathe a devout wish for a blessing on others upon occasions when it might be presumptuous to beg it. Prayer is not eloquence, but earnestness; not the definition of helplessness, but the feeling it. not figures of speech, but compunction of soul. When the heart is full, when bitter thoughts come crowding thickly up for utterance, and the poor common words of courtesy are such a very mockery, how much the bursting heart may relieve itself in prayer! The dullest observer must be sensible of the order and serenity prevalent in those households where the occasional exercise of a beautiful form of worship in the morning gives, as it were, the keynote to every temper for the day, and attunes every spirit to harmony. Family worship embodies a hallowing influence that pleads for its observance. It must needs be that trials will enter a household. The conflict of wishes, the clashing of views, and 1,000 other causes will ruffle the temper and produce jar and friction in the machinery of the family. There is needed some daily agency that shall softly enfold the homestead with its hallowed, soothing power, and restore the fine, harmonious play of its various parts. The father needs that which shall gently lift away from his thoughts the disquieting burden of his daily business; the mother which will smooth down the fretting irritation of her unceasing toil and trial; and the child and domestic that which shall neutralize countless agencies of evil that ever beset them. And what so well adapted to do this, as, when the day is done, to gather around the holy page, and pour a united supplication and acknowledgment to that sleepless Power, whose protection and security are ever around their path, and who will bring all things at last into judgment? And when darker and sadder days begin to shadow the home, what can cheer and brighten the sinking heart so finely as this daily resort to the Fatherly One, who can make the tears of the lowliest sorrow to be the seed pearls of the brightest crown? The mind is thus expanded, the heart softened, sentiments refined, passions subdued, hopes elevated, and pursuits ennobled. The greatest want of our intellectual and moral nature is here met, and home education becomes impregnated with the spirit and elements of our preparation for eternity. The custom of having family prayers is held in honor wherever there is real Christian life, and it is the one thing which more than any other knits together the loose threads of a home, and unites its various members before God. The religious service in which parents, children, and friends daily join in praise and prayer is at once an acknowledgment of dependence on the Heavenly Father and a renewal of consecration to His work in the world. The Bible is read, the hymn is sung, the petition is offered, and unless all else has been done as a mere formality and without hearty assent, those who have gathered at the family altar leave it helped, soothed, strengthened, and armored as they were not before they met there. The sick and the absent are remembered, the tempted and the tried are commended to God, and as the Israelites in the desert were attended by the pillar and the cloud, so in life's wilderness the family who inquire of the Lord are constantly overshadowed by His presence and love. We, ignorant of ourselves, may ask in prayer for what would be to our injury, which the Father denies as for our own good. So find we profit by losing of our prayers. Or we may even pray for trifles, without so much as a thought of the greatest blessing. And with sorrow be it said, we are not ashamed many times to ask God for that which we should blush to own to our neighbors. It is by reason of the worthlessness of so many of our petitions that they remain unanswered. Good prayers never come creeping home. We are sure we shall receive either what we ask or what we should ask. Prayer is a study of truth, a sally of the soul into the infinite. No man ever prayed heartily without learning something. It is for the sake of man, not of God, that worship and prayer are required, not that God may be rendered more gracious, but that man may be made better, that he may be confirmed in a proper sense of his dependent state, and acquire those pious and virtuous dispositions in which his highest improvement consists. When we pray for any virtues, we should cultivate the virtue as well as pray for it. The form of your life, every petition to God, is a precept to man. Our thoughts, like the waters of the sea, when exalted toward heaven, lose all their bitterness and saltness, and sweeten into an amiable humanity, until they descend in gentle showers of love and kindness upon our fellow men. God respecteth not the arithmetic of our prayers, how many they are, nor the rhetoric of our prayers, how neat they are, nor the geometry of our prayers, how long they are, nor the music prayers, how melodious they are, nor the logic prayers, how methodical they are, but the divinity of our prayers, how heart-sprung they are. Not gifts but graces prevail in prayer. We should pray with as much earnestness as those who expect everything from God, and act with as much energy as those who expect everything from themselves. It is possible to have a daily worship which shall be earnest, vivifying, tender, and reverential, and yet a weariness to nobody. Only let the one who conducts it mean, toward the Father, the sweet obedience of the grateful child, and maintain the attitude of one who goes about earthly affairs with a soul looking beyond and above them to the rest that remaineth in heaven. It is not every one who is able to pray in the hearing of others with ease. The timid tongue falters, and the thoughts struggle in vain for utterance. But who is there who cannot read a psalm or chapter, or a cluster of verses, and kneeling repeat in accents of tender trust the Lord's Prayer? When we think of it, that includes everything. End of section 95. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S.C. Ferguson. Section 96. Religion. Religion is the moral link that binds man most closely with his God, the spiritual garden where the creature walks in companionship with his Maker. This sentiment is the highest that man is capable of cherishing, since it binds him to a being fitted as no other being is to impart to the soul the highest moral grandeur that created beings can enjoy. It is the upper window of the soul, which opens into the clear, radiant light of God's eternal home. Its influence in every department of the mind is salutary and holy. No faculty can rise to its most exalted state without the sanctifying power of this sentiment. Neglect it not. The highest beauties of your souls, the finishing touch of your character, the sweetest charm of your life, will be given by due attention to this, your first and last duty. If men have been termed pilgrims, and life a journey, then we may add that the Christian pilgrimage far surpasses all others in the following important particulars: in the goodness of the road, in the beauty of the prospect, in the excellence of the company, and in the rich rewards waiting the traveler at the journey's end. All who have been great and good without Christianity would have been much greater and better with it. True religion is the poetry of the heart. It has enchantment, useful to our manners. It gives us both happiness and virtue. True religion hath in it nothing weak, nothing sad, nothing constrained. It enlarges the heart, is simple, free, and attractive. It enables us to bear the sorrows of life, and it lessens the pangs of death. It is the coronet by token of which God makes you a princess in His family, and an heir to His brightest glories, the sweetest pleasures, the noblest privileges, and the brightest honors of His kingdom. It is a star which beams the brighter in heaven, the darker on earth grows the night. When the rising sun shed its rays on Memnon's statue, it awakened music in the heart of stone. Religion does the same with nature. Without religion you are a wandering star. You are a voiceless bird. You are a motionless brook. The strings of your heart are not in tune with the chords which the infinite hand sweeps as He evolves the music of the universe. Your being does not respond to the touch of Providence, and if beauty and truth and goodness come down to you like angels out of heaven, and sing you their sweetest songs, you do not see their wings, nor recognize their home and parentage. True religion and virtue give a cheerful and happy turn to the mind, admit of all real joys, and even procure for us the highest pleasures. While it seems to have no other object than the felicity of another life, it constitutes the chief happiness of the present. There are no principles but those of religion to be depended upon in cases of real distress, and these are able to encounter the worst emergencies and to bear us up under all the changes and chances to which our life is subject. The difficulties of life teaches wisdom, its vainglories humility, its calumnies pity, its hopes resignation, its sufferings charity, its afflictions fortitude, its necessities prudence, its brevity the value of time, and its dangers and uncertainties a constant dependence upon a higher and all-protecting power. All natural results are spontaneous. The diamond sparkles without effort, and the flowers open naturally beneath the summer rain. Religion is also a natural thing, as spontaneous as it is to weep, to love, or to rejoice. There is not a heart but has its moments of longing, yearning for something better, nobler, holier than it knows now. This bespeaks the religious aspiration of every heart. Genius without religion is only a lamp on the outer gate of a palace. It may serve to cast a gleam of light on those that are without, while the inhabitant sits in darkness. Religion is not proved and established by logic. It is, of all the mysteries of nature and the human mind, the most mysterious and most inexplicable. It is of instinct and not of reason. It is a matter of feeling and not of opinion. Religion is placing the soul in harmony with God and His laws. God is the perfect supreme soul, and your souls are made in the image of His, and like all created things are subject to certain mutable laws. The transgression of these laws damages your souls, warps them, stunts their growth, outrages them. You can only be manly or attain to a manly growth by preserving your true relations and strict obedience to the laws of your being. God has given you appetites, and He meant that they should be to you a source of happiness, but always in a way which shall not interfere with your spiritual growth and development. He gave you desires for earthly happiness. He planted in you the love of human praise, enjoyment of society, the faculty of finding happiness in all of His works. He gave you His works to enjoy, but you can only enjoy them truly when you regard them as blessings from the great Giver to feed and not starve your higher nature. There is not a true joy in life which you are required to deprive yourself of in being faithful to Him and His laws. Without obedience to law your soul cannot be healthful, and it is only to a healthful soul that pleasure comes with its natural, its divine aroma. Some well-meaning Christians tremble for their salvation because they have never gone through the valley of tears and of sorrow which they have been taught to consider as an ordeal that must be passed through before they can arrive at regeneration. We can but think that such souls mistake the nature of religion. The slightest sorrow for sins is sufficient if it produces amendment, but the greatest is insufficient if it do not. By their own fruits let them prove themselves, for some soils will take the good seed without being watered by tears or harrowed up by afflictions. There are three modes of bearing the ills of life: by indifference, which is the most common; by philosophy, which is the most ostentatious; and by religion, which is the most effectual. It has been said, philosophy readily triumphs over past or future evils, but that present evils triumph over philosophy. Philosophy is a goddess whose head is, indeed, in heaven, but whose feet are upon the earth, attempts more than she accomplishes, and promises more than she performs. She can teach us to hear of the calamities of others with magnanimity, but it is religion only that can teach us to bear our own with resignation. Whoever thinks of life as something that could exist in its best form without religion is in ignorance of both. Life and religion is one, or neither is anything. Religion is the good to which all things tend, which gives to life all its importance, to eternity all its glory. Apart from religion, man is a shadow, his very existence a riddle, and the stupendous scenes around him as incoherent and unmeaning as the leaves which the Sibyl scattered in the wind. We are surrounded by motives to religion and devotion, if we but mind them. The poor are designed to excite our liberality, the miserable our pity, the sick our assistance, the ignorant our instruction, those that are fallen our helping hand. In those who are vain we see the vanity of the world, and those who are wicked our own frailty. When we see good men rewarded, it confirms our hopes. When evil men are punished, it excites our fears. He that grows old without religious hopes, as he declines into age, and feels pains and sorrows incessantly crowding him, falls into a gulf of misery, in which every reflection must plague him deeper and deeper. It is the property of the religious spirit to be the most refining of all influences. It has been termed the social religion, and society is as properly the sphere of all its duties, privileges, and enjoyments as the ecliptic is the course of the earth. No external advantage, no culture of the tastes, no habit of command, no association with the elegant, or even depths of affection can bestow that delicacy and that grandeur of bearing which belong only to the mind which has experienced the discipline of religious thought and feeling. All else, all superficial aids to etiquette, manner, and refinement as expressed in look and gesture, is but as gilt and cosmetic. Your personal value depends entirely upon your possession of religion. You are worth to yourself what you are capable of enjoying. You are worth to society the happiness you are capable of imparting. A man whose aims are low, whose motives are selfish, who has in his heart no adoration of God, whose will is not subordinate to the supreme will, who has no hope, no tenable faith in a happy immortality, no strong-armed trust that with this soul it shall be well in all the future, can not be worth very much to himself. Neither can such a man be worth very much to society, because he has not that to bestow which society most needs for its prosperity and happiness. Christianity teaches the beauty and dignity of common and private life. It makes it valuable, not for the cares from which it frees us, but for the constant duties through which we may train the soul to perfect sympathy with the design of the Creator. It shows that the humblest lot possesses opportunities which require the energies of the most exalted virtues to meet and satisfy. It impresses upon us the solemn truth that life itself, however humble its condition, is always holy, that every moment has its duty and its responsibility, which Christian strength alone, the crown of power, can do and bear. It teaches us that the simplest experience may become radiant with a heavenly beauty when hallowed by a spirit of constant love to God and man. Another of the lessons of Christianity is that of the inestimable worth of common duties as manifesting the great principles. It bids us to attain perfection, not striving to do dazzling deeds, but by making our experience divine. It shows us that the Christian hero will ennoble the humblest field of labor, that nothing is mean which can be performed as a duty, but that religion, like the touch of Midas, converts the humblest call of duty into spiritual gold. End of section 96. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S.C. Ferguson. Section 97. God in Nature. The day is thine, the night is also thine. Thou hast prepared the light and the sun. Thou hast set all the borders of the earth. Thou hast made summer and winter. Psalms. The height of the heavens should remind us of the infinite distance between us and God. The brightness of the firmament of His glory, majesty, and holiness, the vastness of the heavens and their influence upon the earth, of His immensity and universal providence. Hill and valley, seas and constellations are but stereotypes of divine ideas, appealing to and answered by the living soul of man. The works of nature and the works of revelation display religion to mankind in characters so large and visible that those who are not quite blind may see in them and read the first principles and most necessary parts of religion, and from thence penetrate into those infinite depths filled with the treasures of wisdom and knowledge. God writes the gospel not in the Bible alone, but on trees and flowers and clouds and stars. All nature, in short, speaks in language plain to be understood of the majesty and power of its Author. Nature is man's religious book, with lessons for every day. Nature is the chart of God, marking out all His attributes. A man finds in the production of nature an inexhaustible stock of materials upon which he can employ himself without any temptation to envy or malevolence, and has always a certain prospect of discovering new reasons for adoring the sovereign Author of the universe. What profusion is there in His work! When trees blossom, there is not simply one, but a whole collection of gems. And leaves, they have so many that they can throw them away to the winds all summer long. What unnumbered cathedrals has He reared in the forest shades, vast and grand, full of curious carvings, and haunted evermore by tremulous music! And in the heavens above, how do stars seem to have flown out of His hand faster than sparks out of a mighty forge! These insignia of wisdom and power are impressed upon the works of God, which distinguishes them from the feeble imitation of men. Not only the splendor of the sun, but the glimmering light of the glowworm proclaim His glory. God has placed nature by the side of man as a friend, who remains always to guide and console him in life, as a protecting genius who conducts him, as well as all species, to a harmonious unity with Himself. The earth is the material bosom which bears all the races. Nature arouses man from the sleep in which he would remain without thought of himself, inspires him with noble designs, and preserves thus in humanity activity and life. The best of all books is the book of nature. It is full of variety, interest, novelty, and instruction. It is ever open before us. It invites us to read, and all that it requires of us is the will to do it, with eyes to see, with ears to hear, with hearts and souls to feel, and with minds and understandings to comprehend. Infinite intelligence was required to compose this mighty volume, which never fails to impart the highest wisdom to those who pursue it attentively and rightly, with willing hearts and humble minds. Nature has perfection, in order to show that she is the image of God, and defects, in order to show that she is only His image. The study of nature must ever lead to true religion. Hence let there be no fear that the issues of natural science shall be skepticism or anarchy. Through all God's work there runs a beautiful harmony. The remotest truth in His universe is linked to that which lies nearest the throne. It has been said that an undevout astronomer is mad. With still greater force might it be said that he who attentively studies nature and fails to see in her ways the workings of Providence must indeed be blind. Who the guide of nature, but only the God of nature? In Him we live, move, and have our being. Those things which nature is said to do are by divine art performed, using nature as an instrument. Nor is there any such divine knowledge working in nature herself, but in the guide of nature's work. Examine what department of nature that we will, we are speedily convinced of an intelligent plan running throughout all the works, which eloquently proclaims a divine Author. In the rock-ribbed strata of the earth we can read as intelligently as though it were written on parchment the story of the creation. And what so interesting as this rock-written history to the world slowly fitting for mankind? Read of the coal stored away for future use, of whole continents plowed by glaciers and made fertile for man. Think of the eons of ages that this earth swung in space, all the types of creation prophesying of the coming of man. Who can ponder these o'er without coming to the belief of an Author and Finisher of all this glory? Thus does a devout study of nature discover to us the God of nature. Go stand upon the heights at Niagara, and listen in awestruck silence to the boldest, most earnest, and most eloquent of all nature's oracles. And what is Niagara, with its plunging waters and its mighty roar, but the oracle of God? The whisper of His voice is revealed in the Bible as sitting above the water floods forever. Or view the stupendous scenery of Alpine countries, and there amid rock and snow, overlooking the valleys below, we feel a sense of the presence of divinity. Or wandering on ocean beach, watching the play of the waves, or listening to the roar of the breakers, our hearts are impressed with a sense of the power and majesty of God. In short, wherever we contemplate the vast or wonderful in nature, there we experience a religious exaltation of spirit. It is the soul within us placing itself en rapport with the soul of nature, the great First Cause. Go stand upon the Areopagus of Athens, where Paul stood so long ago. In thoughtful silence look around upon the site of all that ancient greatness. Look upward to those still glorious skies of Greece, and what conceptions of wisdom and power will all those memorable scenes of nature and art convey to your mind, now more than they did to an ancient worshipper of Jupiter and Apollo. They will tell you of Him who made the worlds, by whom, through whom, and for whom are all things. To you that landscape of exceeding beauty, so rich in the monuments of departed genius, with its distant classic mountains, its deep blue sea, and its bright bending skies, will be telling a tale of glory that the Grecian never learned, for it will speak to you no more of its thousand contending deities, but of the one living and everlasting God. End of section 97. Recording by Larry Wilson. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S.C. Ferguson. Section 98. The Bible. The Bible is a book whose words live in the ear like music that can never be forgotten, like the sound of church bells, which the convert hardly knows how he can forego. Its felicities often seem to be things rather than mere words. It is a part of the national mind, and the anchor of national seriousness. The memory of the dead passes into it. The potent traditions of childhood are stereotyped in its verses. The power of all the griefs and trials of man is hidden beneath its words. It is the representative of his best moments, and all that has been around him of the highest and best speaks to him out of his Bible. The Bible is the oldest surviving monument of the springtime of the human intellect. It reveals to us the character and intellect of our great Creator and final Judge. It opens before us the way of salvation through a Redeemer, unveils to our view the invisible world, and shows us the final destiny of our race. God's Word is, in fact, much like God's world, varied, very rich, very beautiful. You never know when you have exhausted all its merits. The Bible, like nature, has something for every class of minds. Look at the Bible in a new light, and straightway you see some new charm. The Bible goes equally to the cottage of the poor man and the palace of the king. It is woven into literature, and it colors the talk of the street. The bark of the merchant cannot sail to sea without it. No ship of war goes to the conflict but the Bible is there. It enters men's closets, mingling in all the grief and cheerfulness of life. The Bible is adapted to every possible variety of taste, temperament, culture, and condition. It has strong reasoning for the intellectual. It takes the calm and contemplative to the well-balanced James, and the affectionate to the loving and beloved John. Not only is this book precious to the poor and unlearned, not only is it the consoler of the great middle class of society, both spiritually and mentally speaking, but the scholar and the sage, the intellectual monarch of the age, bow to its authority. To multitudes of our race it is not only the foundation of their religious faith, but it is their daily practical guide as well. It has taken hold of the world as no other book ever did. Not only is it read in all Christian pulpits, but it enters every habitation, from the palace to the cottage. It is the golden chain which binds hearts together at the marriage altar. It contains the sacred formula for the baptismal rite. It blends itself with our daily conversation, and is the silver thread of all our best reading, given its hue more or less distinctly to book, periodical, and daily paper. On the seas it goes with the mariner as his spiritual chart and compass, and on the land it is to untold millions their pillar cloud by day and their fire column by night. In the closet and in the streets, amid temptation and trials, this is man's most faithful attendant and his strongest shield. It is our lamp through the dark valley, and the radiator of our best light from the solemn and unseen future. Stand before it as before a mirror, and you will see there not only your good traits, but your errors, follies, and sins, which you did not imagine were until you thus examined yourself. If you desire to make constant improvement, go to the Bible. It not only shows the way of all progress, but it incites you to go forward. It opens before you a path leading up and still onward, along which good angels will cheer you, and all that is good will lend you a helping hand. There is no book so well adapted to improve both the head and the heart as the Bible. It is a tried book. Its utility is demonstrated by experience. Its necessity is confessed by all who have studied the wants of human nature. It has wrung reluctant praise even from the lips of its foes. Other books bespeak their own age. The Bible was made for all ages. Uninspired authors speculate upon truths before made known, and often upon delusive imaginations. The Bible reveals truth before unknown, and otherwise unknowable. It is distinguished for its exact and universal truth. Time and criticism only illustrate and confirm its pages. Successive ages reveal nothing to change the Bible representations of God, nothing to correct the Bible representations of human nature. Passing events fulfill its prophecies, but fail to impeach its allegations. The Scriptures teach us the best way of living, the noblest way of suffering, and the most comfortable way of dying. A mind rightly disposed will easily discover the image of God's wisdom in the depths of its mysteries, the image of God's sovereignty in the commanding majesty of its style, the image of its unity in the wonderful harmony and symmetry of all its parts, the image of His holiness in the unspotted purity of its precepts, and the image of His goodness in the wonderful tendency of the whole to the welfare of mankind in both worlds. We should use the Scriptures not as an arsenal to be resorted to only for arms and weapons, but as a matchless temple where we delight to contemplate the beauty, the symmetry, and the magnificence of the structure, and to increase our awe and excite our devotion to the Deity there proclaimed. The cheerless gloom which broods over the understandings of men had never been chased away but for the beams of a supernatural revelation. Men may look with an unfriendly eye on that system of truth which reproves and condemns them, but they little know the loss the world would sustain by subverting its foundations. We have tried paganism, we have tried Mohammedanism, we have tried deism and philosophy, and we cannot look upon them even with respect. The Scriptures contain the only system of truth which is left us. If we give up these, we have no others to which we can repair. End of section 98.
The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S. C. Ferguson. Section 99. Future Life. There are two questions, one of which is the most important, the other the most interesting that can be proposed in language. Are we to live after death? And if we are, in what state? These are questions confined to no climate, creed, or community. The savage is as deeply interested in them as the sage, and they are of equal import under every meridian where there are men. Among the most effectual and most beautiful modes of reasoning that the universe affords for the hope that is within us of a life beyond the tomb, there is none more beautiful or exquisite than derived from the change of the seasons, from the second life that bursts forth in spring in objects apparently dead, and from the shadowing forth in the renovation of every thing around us of the destiny which divine revelation calls upon our faith to believe shall be ours. The trees that have faded and remained dark and gray through the long dreary life of winter clothe themselves again with green in the spring sunshine, and every hue speaks of life. The buds that were trampled down and faded burst forth once more in freshness and beauty. The streams break from the icy chains that held them, and the glorious sun himself comes wandering from his far off journey, giving warmth to the atmosphere and renewed beauty and grace to everything around, and everything we see rekindles into life. At all times and in all places men have contemplated the questions of death and immortality. The one is a stern reality from which they know there is no escaping. Every day they see friends and acquaintances drooping and dying. Their pleasure drives are interrupted by the funeral cortege of strangers. There is not a soul but what in reflective moments has pondered the question of immortality. If they see clearly under the guiding light of Christianity, the future is full of hope to them. It matters but little their present surroundings. If poverty and pain be their lot, they know that rest will come to them later. Those who do not possess this pleasing hope of immortality feel at times a painful longing, a vague unrest. Philosophize as they will, the future is dark and uncertain, and there are times when they would willingly give all they could they but see a beacon light or feel the strong assurance of faith that they would live again. Surely there is tenable ground for this hope. It cannot be that earth is man's only abiding place. It cannot be that our life is a bubble cast up by the ocean of eternity, to float for a moment upon its surface, and then sink into nothingness and darkness forever. Else why is it that the high and glorious aspirations, which leap like angels from the temples of our hearts, are forever wandering abroad satisfied? Why is it that the rainbow and the cloud come over us with a beauty that is not of earth, and then pass off and leave us to muse on their faded loveliness? Why is it that the stars which hold their festival around the midnight throne are set above the grasp of our limited faculties, and are forever mocking us with their unapproachable glory? Finally, why is it that bright forms of human beauty are presented to the view, and then taken from us, leaving the thousand streams of affection to flow back upon our hearts? We are from a higher destiny than of earth. There is a realm where the rainbow never fades, where the stars will be spread out before us like the islands on the bosom of the ocean, and where the beautiful beings that here pass before us like visions will remain with us forever. As death approaches and earth recedes, we do not more clearly see that spiritual world in which we have all along been living, though we knew it not. The dying man tells us of attendant angels hovering around him. Perchance it is no vision. They might have been with him throughout life. They may attend us all through life. Only our inward eyes are dim and we see them not. What is that mysterious expression, so holy and so strange, so beautiful yet so fearful, on the countenance of one whose soul has just departed? May it not be the glorious light of attendant seraphs, the luminous shadow of which rests a while on the countenance of the dead? End of section 99. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S. C. Ferguson. Section 100. Time and Eternity. Why shrinks the soul back on herself and startles at destruction? T is the divinity that stirs within us. T is heaven itself that points out an hereafter, and imitates eternity to man. Eternity, thou pleasing, dreadful thought! Thou, what variety of untried being! Thro' what new scenes and changes must we pass! The wide, the unbounded prospect lies before me, but shadows, clouds, and darkness rest upon it. Addison. Alas! What is man? Whether he be deprived of that light which is from on high, or whether he discards it, he is a frail and trembling creature, standing on time, the bleak and narrow isthmus between two eternities. He sees nothing but impenetrable darkness on the one hand, and doubt, distrust, and conjecture still more perplexing on the other. Most gladly would he take an observation as to whence he has come, or whither he is going. Alas! he has not the means. His telescope is too dim, his compass too wavering, his plummet too short. Nor is that little spot, his present state, one whit more intelligible, since it may prove a quicksand that may sink in a moment from his feet. It can afford him no certain reckonings as to that immeasurable ocean on which he must soon spread his sail, an awful expedition, from which the mind shrinks from contemplating. Nor is the gloom relieved by the outfit in which the voyage must be undertaken. The bark is a coffin, the destination is doubt, and the helmsman is death. Faith alone can see the star which is to guide him to a better land. The hourglass is truly emblematical of the world. As its sands run out at the termination of a given period, it shows that all things must have an end. It shows that man may devise, may even execute, but that ere long time that restless destroyer comes and mows all before him, and leaves naught but a wreck, a barren waste behind him. Surely all will give credence to this who watch the daily dying of cherished hopes, of delightful anticipations. The flame burns brightly at first, but it soon fluctuates, and finally dies without restriction. We must, some time or another, enter on the last year of our life. 50 or 100 years may yet come, and the procession may seem interminable, but the closing year of our life must come. There are many years memorable in history, as in them died men of renown, but the year of our death will be more memorable to us than any. 1815 was a memorable year, for in that Waterloo was fought, but there will be a more memorable year for us, the year in which we fight the battle with the last enemy. That year will open with the usual New Year's congratulations. It will rejoice in the same orchard blossoming, and the sweet influences of spring. It will witness the golden glory of the harvest and the merry makings of Christmas. And yet to us it will be vastly different from the fact that it will be our closing year. The spring grass may be broken by the spade to let us down to our resting place, or, while the summer grain is falling to the sickle, we may be harvested for another world, or while the autumnal leaves are flying in the November gale, we may fade and fall, or the driving sleet may cut the faces of the black tasseled horses that take us on our last ride. But it will be the year in which our body and soul part, the year in which, for us, time ends and eternity begins. All other years fade away as nothing. the year in which we were born, the year in which we began business, the year in which our father died, are all of them of less importance to us than the year of our death. It is only when on the border of eternity that the fleeting period of life is comprehended. Human life, what is it? It is vapor gilded by a sunbeam, the reflection of heaven in the waters of the earth. In youth the other world seems a great way off, but later we feel and realize that it is close at hand. We come, like the ocean wave, to the shore, but scarcely strike the sand before we roll back into forgetfulness, whence we came. In the light of eternity, how vain and foolish appear the contentions and strifes of mankind! Addison most beautifully expresses this thought in these lines: "When I look upon the tombs of the great every emotion of envy dies. When I read the epitaph of the beautiful every inordinate desire forsakes me. When I meet with the grief of parents upon a tombstone, my heart melts with compassion. When I see the tombs of the parents themselves, I reflect how vain it is to grieve for those we must quickly follow. When I see kings lying beside those who deposed them, when I see rival wits placed side by side, or the holy men who divided the world with their contests and disputes, I reflect with sorrow and astonishment on the frivolous competitions, factions, and debates of mankind." End of section 100. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S. C. Ferguson. Section 101. The Evening of Life. Old age, serene and bright, and lovely as a Lapland night, shall lead thee to thy grave. Wordsworth. There is a beauty in age. The morning of life may be glowing with the expectations of youth. The noon may be fruitful in endeavors and works. But the evening of life is the time of calm repose and holy meditation. When young and standing where the glow of youthful hopes irradiates the future, how natural to lay out brilliant plans, to form ambitious resolves. How easy it seems to achieve any wished for thing, wealth, fame, or any temporal good. Surely we can attain them. Experience soon shows us the futility of these hopes and plans. Before many milestones are passed in the journey of life, we learn that God, in his wisdom, has so apportioned trial and suffering that it matters little the external surroundings. To all it is full of work and anxieties and painful scenes, and that it is in struggling against these that the best development of power is acquired. It is no wonder that when once confronted by the stern realities of life, we should lose sight of the dreams of youth. Manhood's days are the days of reflection, of judgment, a wise adaptation of means to the end desired, and, if but used aright, we need have little occasion for regret that childhood's days are past. We are no longer children, we are men and women. We are no longer engaged in childish dreams. We are up and doing what God has assigned to us. This is the period of life that we would most willingly see prolonged. But time stops not in its rapid flight. In vain are protests. The sun as swiftly descends to its setting as it rose to its noon. The form that so rapidly matured into one of grace, strength, and manly attributes of character, is bowed by the weight of years. The elasticity of youth gives way to the measured step and careful tread of age, and on the head time sprinkles his snow. It is now that the thoughts of man should assume their most valued characteristics. They can muse over the events of past years. They can contemplate the mysteries of the future. The most momentous period of life is about at hand, that time when they will exchange this life for another. What age can there be more important than this? It is natural for youth to regard old age as a dreary season, one that admits of nothing that can be called pleasure, and very little that deserves the name even of comfort. They look forward to it as in autumn we anticipate the approach of winter, forgetting that winter, when it arrives, brings with it much of pleasure. Its enjoyments are of different kinds, but we find it not less pleasant than any other season of the year. In like manner, age has no terror to those who see it near. But experience proves that it abounds with consolations, and even with delights. The world in general bows down to age, gives it preference, and listens with deference to its opinions. Such reverence must be smoothing to age, and compensate it for the loss of many of the enjoyments of youth. The truth man does not wish to be a child again. In individual experience, how many have wished to live again the past? Could we return, and carry with us our present experience? All would wish to do so, but to go over the same old round we are afraid that the number of those whose life has been so happy that they would wish to live it over again is exceedingly small. Your present experience will remain with you throughout life, and hence old age, as devoid of pleasure as it may appear to us now, we will find that when the passage of years brings us to that point we will not willingly exchange it for any of the stages of life gone by. As there is nothing unlovely in age, when once at its threshold, so death, when viewed in the right spirit, is found to be but the pleasant transition stage to a more glorious and perfect life. From the days of Plato to the present men have doubted and wondered as to the questions of immortality and its nature, but none have approached the question in the right spirit. But what always the result has been the same. Revelation and analogical reasoning both point to the same glorious hope. What then, shall we view it with terror? Ought we not to look forward to it longingly as the final triumph of a well lived life? Though success and fortune may have been ours here, are they anything more or less than the accidental circumstances surrounding an ephemeral existence? In the light of eternity does it make any great difference whether that existence was passed surrounded with the comforts of wealth or struggling for the necessities of life? We are all equal in death. The king and the peasant, the rich and the poor, are all alike in this respect. Surely, that which is thus the common lot of humanity must be for the common good. The universal dread of death is, then, the effect of erroneous habits of thought. It is the entrance to the harbor. We fear not the peaceful rest within. We cannot do better than to cultivate cheerful thoughts in regard to age and death. The one is the beautiful closing scene of earthly life, the other the entrance to life immortal. End of section 101. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S. C. Ferguson. Section 102. He who died at Azan. He who died at Azan sends this to comfort all his friends. Faithful friends, it lies, I know, pale and white and cold as snow. And ye say Abdullah's dead, weeping at the feet and head. I can see your falling tears, I can hear your sighs and prayers. Yet I smile and whisper this, I am not the thing you kiss. Cease your tears and let it lie. It was mine, it is not I. Sweet friends, what the women lave For its last bed of the grave Is but a hut which I am quitting, Is a garment no more fitting, Is a cage from which at last, Like a hawk, my soul hath passed. Love the inmate, not the room, The wearer, not the garb, the plume Of the falcon, not the bars Which kept him from the splendid stars. Loving friends, be wise and dry Straightway every weeping eye. What ye lift upon the bier Is not worth a wistful tear. 'Tis an empty sea shell one, Out of which the pearl has gone. The shell is broken, it lies there, The pearl, the all, the soul is here. 'Tis an earthen jar whose lid Allah sealed the while it hid The treasure of his treasury, A mind that loved him, let it lie. Let the shard be earth's once more, Since the gold shines in his store. Allah glorious, Allah good, Now the world is understood, Now the long, long wonder ends, Yet ye weep, my erring friends, While the man whom ye call dead Is unspoken bliss instead. Lives and loves you, lost it true, But such a light as shines for you. But in the light ye can not see Of unfulfilled felicity. In enlarging paradise Lives a life that never dies. Farewell, friends, yet not farewell. Where I am ye, too, shall dwell. I am gone before your face A moment's time, a little space. When ye come where I have stepped, Ye will wonder why ye wept. Ye will know, by wise love taught, That here is all, and there is not. Weep awhile, if ye are fain, Sunshine still must follow rain. Only not at death, for death, Now I know, is that first breath Which our souls draw when we enter Life, which is all life's centre. Be ye certain all seems love, Viewed from Allah's throne above. Be ye stout of heart and come Bravely onward to your home. La Allah, illa Allah, yea, Thou love divine, thou love alway. He that died at Azan gave This to those who made his grave. End of section 102. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. End of The Golden Gems of Life by Emory Adams Allen and S. C. Ferguson.